Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard, not for our sake, but for theirs, for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Welcome back to Today at Keeneland as we kick off the 2023 fall meet. I am very happy for the meeting to be joined by Keaton Bradar as Gabby is enjoying motherhood. For those that are not aware, just had a baby boy just a few days ago, so we congratulate her on that, and we look forward hopefully to visiting with her at some course during the meet. But Keaton Bradar bringing some more Chicago flavor to the set, because we have spent our lives growing up in the Chicagoland area at the racetrack. You're a person that I've looked up to. I've told you many times before, you're the reason that I got involved in broadcasting and television, and I'm so happy to have you here at Keeneland with me for the meet.
It's a full circle moment for me to get to be here with you, and I'm hoping you show me the ropes as far as the Keeneland's ins and outs are concerned, but I've admired the work that you and Gabby have done all this time as we've been going in and out with the FanDuel team as well, and I just think that I want to thank Gabby for timing the birth of that boy so that I could fill in for her.
If anybody knows Gabby, timing is not her thing. We'll leave that at that. But we've got a huge opening day, big opening weekend. It's Fall Stars weekend. So many key stakes races that are prepping horses for the Breeders' Cup at Santa Anita at the beginning of November, which will be here in a month's time. So these are important races. There's a lot of 2-year-old maiden races, big-time pedigrees, big-time Keeneland grads as far as that is concerned. So there is a bit of everything per usual when it comes to the Keeneland cards for this weekend and obviously for the rest of the meet.
Yeah, and also the importance of the races in their own right. As Breeders' Cup prep races, certainly, but also as major races to add to a horse's resume. A lot of prestige attached to the racing we're going to see over the course of this weekend. And then, of course, with the 2-year-olds kind of supplementing that star power, we've got the future stars that are scattered throughout the entire program. They make for a very challenging handicapping proposition, but I think it's going to be very exciting.
We've got the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades, the Stoll, Keenon, Ogden Phoenix Stakes, as well as the Jessamine Stakes, Grade 2, presented by the Keeneland November Sale. Those are our 3 stakes races to kick off this meet. Of 3 of 10 races today are stakes, graded stakes here today on opening day. But weather's always a topic, especially when it comes to race day. For more on that, let's go to WKYT.
All right, time for that very important Keeneland forecast for us here on opening day. It looks like it's going to be much, much better than what we started out with early this morning when the horses were out for their early morning workouts. What we're going to find is as we head through first post time around 1 o'clock, 68 degrees, still pretty cloudy out there. But you'll notice as we progress through the afternoon and into the first part of the evening, those clouds give way to a little more sunshine, and we're going to end up in the 70s. And by that point, especially with some of the sun coming out, the track's certainly not going to be sloppy at all out there today, drying quite a bit as we head through it with the sunshine coming out overall. But a decent start to the fall meet out of Keeneland. Good luck to all of you.
Main track listed as fast, turf listed as good to start the day. We'll update you with any changes, and Kurt Becker will as well on opening day. The temporary rail on the turf course is set at 10 feet, so make note of that. We had less than an inch of rain yesterday, so it didn't come the way that it was predicted, which certainly is a good thing, and I think we will be good for the rest of the weekend as far as rain.
Typically at this time of the year, you don't see the course dry out as quickly, but I have to say this is more summer weather than it is, or Indian summer weather. It's really in need of a little bit of rain. I think it was kind of a welcome change and nicely arranged that it stopped this morning and has been drying out all afternoon.
Let's get to our full card selections. Make sure you download the Keeneland Race Day app. It's available on any of your smart devices, smartphones, tablets, and you can keep up to date on all of our picks. We had to do some adjusting in race number 3. There's several key scratches in race number 3. No try, no superfecta wagering available in race number 3. The biggest scratch is the 5 Bandita, the morning line favorite for Todd Pletcher and Ramona Bass. So these are our full card selections, and I get a new co-host, but it's more the same. We don't agree very much on the front end.
No, not very much. There was one race that we agreed on, and everyone scratched from it. So the 10th race also changed a little bit with the scratches. The 13 does draw in, and I think that's a key draw in to the field, especially as far as the turf pick 3 is concerned, which I'll have a ticket for that a little bit later on. But you want to make note, sometimes those also eligible sneak in and actually go off better prices than you would expect because people don't realize that they're in the body of the race.
There's only one rider change on the card, race number 2. make the number 4 horse Twirl Around Joel Rosario, because Tyler Gaffleone gave first preference to Western Gales, the horse that draws in. So Rosario rides the 4 in race number 2, and Gaffleone stays with the horse that draws in off the also eligible. Kurt Becker will update you on all of the updated scratches and changes once we get closer to the bottom of the next hour. Social media, give us a follow on X at Keeneland Racing, on Facebook at Keeneland, Instagram. Great pictures and sounds from around the race meets and the sales on Instagram and all the various social media outlets, so make sure you give them a follow. And then FanDuel TV, at FanDuel TV, if you want to keep up to date with everything that's going on with their phenomenal coverage over on FanDuel TV. And download the FanDuel TV Plus app. You'll have access to all the on-demand content, the live networks as well in HD. It's Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. Download the FanDuel TV Plus app right now. If you're at the course, when you get home, it'll take you less than 2 minutes to do that and get signed in for FanDuel TV Plus. So those are all the particulars. We are going to start with the Grade 1 of the day, the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades, a key race for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies division. Emery is the lone scratch in here, so scratch the 8 in the Alcibiades, race number 9, that Brad Cox filly for Stone Street. And Bright Work is the morning line favorite at 9-5. I wonder, though, if Vivi's Dream will end up being the post-time favorite.
I think it's going to be very, very close. There's a lot of respect for both these fillies, and I think given maybe a little bit of a hometown slant with Kenny McPeek racing at Vivi's Dream here at Keeneland, that one might well go off favored before it's done.
She's the one I like. I go to Vivi's Dream. It's going to be a heck of a matchup between these very talented 2-year-old fillies. This is a Keeneland September sales graduate from just last year that MGM Racing and Kenny McPeek's Magdalena Racing acquired for $190,000. She's from that first crop of that phenomenal sprint champion mile winner Matoli, and this was her most recent effort in the Pocahontas, and she was just getting going. You can see how big this filly is, in my opinion, and watching her stride and the way that she moves. She had sprinted in her previous 2 starts. She was second to Bright Work at Ellis Park sprinting, so can she turn the tables going 2 turns and stretching out? Obviously, when it comes to Breeders' Cup, now's the time, and they've got to find out now, as she's from a Tappet mare, which certainly adds to her distance pedigree. Matoli, a son of Escandrea, he was a 2-turn horse, but Matoli was a champion sprinter for what that's worth. But Vivi's Dream, I think that she'll get better today in this Juvenile Fillies division, which don't forget about the filly by the name of Tamara looming on the West Coast, looking at the big picture, that daughter of the great champion Beholder. So I've got Vivi's Dream on top. Bright Work second, the daughter of Outwork. She's done nothing wrong. She's 4 for 4. This certainly will be the stiffest test that she's seen to date, even though she beat Vivi's Dream in that sprint stake over at Ellis Park. But she's got the pedigree. Malibu Moon on the dam side, and Johnny Ortiz has done a phenomenal job with this filly. She's a Grade 1 winner. She won the Spinaway Stakes at the beginning of September. And then in that third slot for me, I go to the 9-horse Shimmering Allure. Kenny McPeek quoted as saying she's very workmanlike. Don't sleep on her. She doesn't quite have the numbers that these other fillies do, but that's the case for the rest of these horses. Wine on Tap, she showed some ability. She had a wide trip at Monmouth Park in her most recent race, but I would look towards Shimmering Allure for Kenny McPeek, who has been phenomenal in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades for a number of years.
He and Julian Leparoux have picked up some momentum together as well through Saratoga and at Churchill Downs, so kind of an interesting price play. I'm realizing as I'm watching this that my top 3 have changed a little bit with the scratch of the 8 Emery, but the horse, I have respect for Vivi's Dream. I'm trying a different angle. I'm looking for an up-and-comer, maybe something we haven't seen yet. The 3 Candied is going to be my top selection because I really feel she's going to be much better around 2 turns than she was in her debut, and she was good enough to win at First Asking at Saratoga. When you watch this, it's not spectacular. She kind of does just enough to win, but she's struggling a little bit through the stretch, and that's in part, I think, because of her greenness. You can see that Luis Saez really had to work to keep her straight. Could never get the lead change through the stretch. She's actually extending that inside leg, leading with the inside leg rather than the outside leg. But if she's able to win, despite all of that greenness and that inefficiency, I really think those are things that you can build on and work on and see improve here. So that combined with the distance made Candide the pick for me. She just screams 2 turns, and Luis Saez just back off of a long rehab injury. In time for Keeneland, I think has a really nice mount here for Todd Pletcher. Vivi's Dream I've got in second for all the reasons you mentioned, and she's my main concern. Really think she has a big shot to win. Of all the fillies in here, I mean, everybody looking to earn that trip to the Breeders' Cup, But this has been on the dance card for Vivi's Dream kind of all along, so it becomes even more critical that she maintain her form, that she comes into this race just right. Second start off the layoff. And then I'll substitute for Emery, who was scratched out of Brad Cox's barn. I believe she'll run this weekend regardless. The other Brad Cox horse, Alpine Princess, the 6. If he thinks that he has a chance to win both races, maybe that was the thought process of scratching the other because he's already got one good enough to get the job done. And I do believe that the 6 Alpine Princess will improve around 2 turns. Her win was workmanlike at Saratoga. She's going to have to run a lot faster than she's run before. But how many times have we seen Brad Cox horses do just that?
It's a deep field. Some of the biggest players in the game are here. Some of the best pedigrees in the game are here as well in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. Just quickly on Candied, I spoke to Aaron Wellman, who heads the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, who owns the Candy Ride filly. He commented on her stubbornness to change leads, and he said Saez, he can adapt to that. He can carry on with that and not focus so much attention on it because obviously she was moving forward. So he didn't seem too worried. He knows it's a big ask to jump from Maiden Special Weight Company up to a Grade 1, but there are a few Grade 1s in which you can take a shot, and obviously that's why she would be running in a race like this or is running in a race like this. But they've had this race, the Darley Alcibiades, with the 3 Candied circled since she broke her maiden. So that has been the plan for the last month plus for the Candy Ride filly for the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. Those are our thoughts on the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. For more, we turn to Tom Leach.
Here with John Ortiz, who has bright work at the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. Boy, she's had a fantastic summer. Tell us when you first noticed that she was going to be something special.
She's been very special from the very beginning. Jared Hughes mentioned that when he picked her out as a weanling at the farm, that she stood out back then. And then when she shipped over to Florida for my dad to get her started, he also mentioned that, Johnny, this is one to look out. She's very smart. You're going to really like her. And she came up here, and once we started training her, we saw it for ourselves. We were like, yeah, this is a special one. So from the very beginning, it's been evident that she's going to be really good.
Stretching out to 1 16th in this spot, any concern?
No, not at all. We place a heart monitor on her training, which it reads her strides and her heart levels and all that stuff, and everything indicates that she should be able to stretch out and do it quite easily.
What is her most impressive quality, do you think?
Her mentality. I think she's very smart. She's very obedient. She just listens to her rider. She makes it where it's not just a horse you're riding. You're working together with rider and horse.
John Ortiz has the favorite, bright work in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades.
All right, Johnny Ortiz, thank you, Tom Leach. Good luck to Bright Work. So far, the most accomplished 2-year-old filly of the year. But between her, Vivi's Dream, and Tamara, I mean, we can only hope that we get a chance to see all 3 of them hook up together on the same course at Santa Anita in the Breeders' Cup.
For sure, a loaded division this year. Always we see some good 2-year-old fillies, but I think this year is an exception.
That's the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. We're going to work back one race number 8, and continue with the stakes theme here on opening day to the Grade 2 Stoll, Keenon, Ogden, Phoenix Stakes. What depth there is to this race as we are taking a look at the Jessamine race number 8 on the card. This is the Jessamine field. Time to Dazzle is the horse that is the morning line favorite. So the Jessamine, as you can see, no scratches in here. Time to Dazzle, the number 2 horse, is the 5-2 morning line favorite for Mark Casse off of her nice win at Woodbine around the 1-turn mile course on the turf course that day. I've got the 4-horse Crown Imperial for Johnny Ortiz, who could have a massive day, massive weekend. This is a filly by Classic Empire, who not only won at Kentucky Downs in the Untappable Stakes. Prior to that, she was running against a very good turf 2-year-old sprinter amidst waves. So coming out to this race, to the 2 turns for the first time in her career, she's got the pedigree to do so. She's by the champion Classic Empire, champion 2-year-old, was a Grade 1 winner in the Arkansas Derby, and obviously the turf is no problem for this filly as we pick it up at 6.5 furlongs. As you know, Caton, the 6.5 at Kentucky Downs plays more to a mile and then some with the climb that they have in the stretch, and she'll get up and win this race by a length and a quarter in those black silks with Ricardo Santana Jr. in the saddle. It's the first time that Santana rode her on this day. He rides her back here this afternoon. So I had a very difficult time with this race. I just went to the most accomplished as far and proven, even though she's not proven at the route distance. These are such tricky races because of the Kentucky Downs factor and where everybody's coming from. So I've got Crown Imperial on top, the number 7, Bella Hayes for Carlos Santamaria, a former assistant, if you're not familiar, to Simon Callahan on the West Coast. And he's got quite a story as well, cancer survivor and just a great horseman. I think that she tipped her hand in what we're going to see from her in that Juvenile Fillies race, which was at a mile last time out, and Joelle rides her for a second time. And then the number 2 horse down on the inside, Time to Dazzle, the morning line favorite, getting to go 2 turns in her second start for the first time, 2 turns in her career.
I'm not sure if it's good or bad, but I think we kind of agree on this race generally. The only horse I wasn't sure quite what to do with was Bella Hayes, because she did benefit from the way the course was playing and kind of took advantage of her early speed and her ability to get down on the inside. But she is a threat for sure. I went to the 2, Time to Dazzle as my top pick for Mark Casse. Just one start under her belt, and I'm banking with Luis Saez returning in a big way. He's picking up the mount here for Mark Casse. This was a Keeneland sales graduate, $310,000, and in this race at Woodbine, the turf was good. It was sort of tiring. She really had to work in the early stages just to kind of maintain her position, but when she levels off in the final strides, you see the gray filly just kind of take flight. I mean, her whole demeanor changes. She digs in, and I just like the way she was able to float in those final strides rather than show any signs of fatigue at all. I think that the farther she goes, the better she's going to be, and I think the ground today will be absolutely perfect, very similar to what she got at Woodbine. After that, the 1, Smooth Waves, on the rail for Mike Maker, one of the more experienced in the field. Hard to ever overlook Mike Maker, especially when Tyler Gaffleone's riding, but that was an impressive win at Kentucky Downs. I'm not quite sure what to do with the Kentucky Downs wins. I believe that the meet overall was a little bit tougher, better quality horses than we'd ever seen before. So I'm hoping that we reverse the trend of last year when very few of those horses were able to carry their form to Keeneland. I thought Smooth Waves could be one of those horses to do just that, and then to round it out, Crown Imperial definitely deserves respect in this field.
Grade 2 Jessamine Stakes presented by Keeneland November. The Keeneland November sale, the biggest, most important breeding stock sale of its kind, is just weeks away, featuring some of the best broodmare prospects in the game, led by that champion mare Caravel, who will be closing out her career when it comes to the Breeders' Cup this year before coming to Keeneland November. So the Jessamine presented by Keeneland November. Let's go to the Stoll Keenon Ogden Phoenix Stakes. That is race number 7. The stakes races go back to back to back, 7, 8, and 9. This is the first on the card. And these top-class sprinters, Bango, coming off of a record-tying win at Churchill Downs. He and just one other horse, as far as the great history of Churchill Downs, nobody's won more than those two. And Bango, that's the question for him that everybody's going to have, and you have to have. Can he win at Keeneland? They've not run him much here. He's only run twice in the past. He's failed to hit the top 3. If this race is at Churchill, he'd be the 9-5 morning line favorite in the Stoll Keenon Ogden Phoenix, but we know the Phoenix is not run at Churchill. It's here at Keeneland Racecourse.
I have a theory about that, which I'll talk more about because I am kind of pro Bango in this spot, but I do think he had some legitimate excuses in his 2 prior tries.
I'm going to go to the horse that almost beat him over Churchill, Gulfstream Way on top. This is one for Norm Casse and Ricardo Santana Jr. They are arguably the hottest team right now, and at least in Kentucky. When you see Santana riding for Norm Casse, they were close to 50%, and the final race of the meet that they teamed up together, they failed to win, but they had a win earlier on the card. That was last Sunday over in Louisville. But there he is, almost getting to Bango, the son of gemologist, a former claimer, high-level claimer turned top-flight sprinter, and we've seen a number of horses that were claiming horses in the sprint division turn into Breeders' Cup winners. Amazombi comes to mind. Merrifield on the filly side of things, going back to the first running of the filly and mare sprint at Monmouth Park. So claimers can get good, and it seems more so than any other division than the sprint division. I'll give him the nod today over Bango. His only other race, Gulfstream Way at Keeneland, was he barely got beat going 7 furlongs well back earlier in his career. But I'll lean on him over Bango, who you have to respect, and I look forward to hearing your theory on him as far as the Churchill success and very little lack thereof as far as Keeneland is concerned. And then Manny Waugh, we'll have more on him in the Clocker Report, which is a bit of a tease, but it's been 6 months. He's coming in fresh. And Corey Lanery, he's got one mount today. He's one win away from 5,000. It was a tough month for Corey. He was 2 wins and away going into that September meet at Churchill Downs. Sat on a closing day. He finally picked up 4,999. Now he's just 1 win away from 5,000 career victories.
It's pretty spectacular to get it in a race like the Grade 2 Phoenix. Not to mention just what 5,000 wins really means. It's just remarkable. Puts him in a very elite category in the entire history of the sport. Bango, for me, it gets the nod here. And, the first time he ran at Keeneland at 2020 Perryville, he did not get out of the gate well. That kind of compromised his entire chance. When he came back in 2021 in the Commonwealth, it was an extremely tough field, and he was at the end of what had been a pretty tough campaign. I don't think he was ready at that point to take that step into this level of competition. But his campaign this year has been handled very differently, with some time off going into his win at Churchill Downs here in the Louisville Thoroughbred Society. And though it was a much easier field and he was expected to win, he still had to show some heart because he didn't make the lead easily and was challenged every step of the way. And I respect the run that Gulfstream Way put in here, had every opportunity to go by, and Bango held tough. I think it was a perfect confidence builder, stamina builder for him going into a much tougher spot as what I think is a better horse today than he was the other 2 times. He's kind of got a late developing pedigree, and at the age of 6, I know people tend to, in fact, I know this firsthand, write off people as they get a little bit older, but it is possible that a horse could be peaking at the age of 6 versus going the other way. So I think today's the day for Bango to run a really big race. After him, the 8, Nakatomi, is a real interesting horse for course angle. He's run very well, some of his best races at Keeneland, and is coming off a win at Saratoga in the slop. He's also been freshened for this spot, I think, by design by Wesley Ward. So Nakatomi with Irad Ortiz Jr., I think, is real interesting here. And then Sibelius comes off a 2-month layoff. I don't know what to do with him, but he is fast, and I think that's an important ingredient in a race like the Phoenix. So I look for him to potentially lead the way early with Bango just off of him or challenging him there, and maybe the edge to Bango, but I'm going to use Sibelius as well.
He's a Grade 1 winner. He's the Grade 1 winner of the race, Sibelius. Disappointing run since then in the Aristides, and then in the Grade 1 Bing Crosby at Del Mar back at the end of July, at the beginning of that summer meet at Del Mar. But he won the Grade 1 Golden Shaheen. He beat Switzerland, an old war horse in the sprint division, and he gears up for those carnivals in Dubai. But he also beat Ganite, who's a very good sprinter who tried to stretch out to the mile distance most recently at Parks on Pennsylvania Derby winner, Derby Day, I should say. So he beat a quality field in the Golden Shaheen on Dubai World Cup night at the end of March. So that is the Stoll Keenon Ogden Phoenix. Speaking of the Sale Graduate of the day, the Sale Grad, we're going to go to race number 2, which is the early pick 4 beginning on opening day. Early pick 5 starts in race number 1, and there is a look at Lady Chai, named at this time, at the moment, she was known as hip number 1033, sold for $570,000. She's a daughter of Cantheros that'll be competing here today. She's the number 8 runner debuting. She's a half to Tarabi, that stakes-winning filly of Cherie DeVos. But China Horse Club, Hinkle Farms, who bred the filly, David Ingordo, and others involved in this filly, a $570,000 Keeneland September Sale Graduate. And speaking of Tarabi, her half-sister, she was a Grade 1 place filly, ran huge in the Breeders' Cup, and she was a first-out winner as well. So you have to focus on the dam's productiveness for precocity and first-out winners as much as anything when you're looking at these 2-year-old races at Keeneland or anywhere, and we'll do our best to point in those directions when we find them.
That race has quite a few of them that have some precocious as well as dazzling pedigrees.
It's time now for the Clocker Reports on opening day here at Keeneland Racecourse. I want to thank the Clockers for all the hard work and early mornings that they put in so we can benefit from their expert eyes and opinions. And they're going to Manny Waugh in the Stoll Keenon Ogden Phoenix. He worked in 57-1. Galloped out 3/4 in 110-2, has ran well here in the past. We have seen that. He's a stakes winner at Keeneland. He's fresh and dangerous. So hopefully that will sway your opinion when looking at Manny Waugh In today's 7th race, the Grade 2 Stoll, Keenon, Ogden, Phoenix, Grade 2 for $350,000. He won the Phoenix Stakes last year here in upset fashion at nearly 18-1. So working well. He's fresh. He's a 7-year-old. Wayne Catalano has done a great job with him. He's made just shy of $1 million. So we got to pay attention to that.
You don't often see Wayne and Corey Lanery teaming up. They have done it over the years, obviously, for the same circuits that they've traveled and the roads they've traveled together. But you have to wonder if there wasn't a little bit more going into the decision to go with Corey with potentially a $5,000 milestone win coming up in a big race like that.
Let's go to our multi-race exotics. I'm going to take a swing at the late pick 4 today, which includes all the stakes races, starting with the Stoll, Keenon, Ogden, Phoenix post time, 4:12 Eastern time, 1:12 Pacific. 2, 4, and 7, Maniwa, because of the clock report, Gulfstream Way, and Bango. Those are the 3 that I'm taking a look at. If you want to spend a little bit more money, Nakatomi, as well as Sibelius, if you really want to have, I think, the best coverage that you could possibly can, but obviously it's going to compound and bring the ticket cost up. As far as race number 8 is concerned, the Grade 2 Jessamine, presented by Keeneland November, 4 and 7, Crown Imperial, and the number 7 horse Bella Hayes. 5, 7 in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades, the 2 that will vie for favoritism, Vivi's Dream and Brightwork. And then in the 10th and final, there's a key scratch in the 10th and final. The Chad Brown runner, Golden Alchemist, the 10 is a scratch. So I've got 5, 6, 8, and 9 to close things out. $24 ticket starts with race number 7, late pick 4.
Turf pick 3 is a $3 minimum wager. Makes it really tough to got to pick and choose which races you're going to spread in. I really felt that the 5th race was the one you needed to get the most coverage in. 2, 4, 5, 8, 9 for me. The 8th race we mentioned is the Jessamine. I'm just going with my 2 top picks, the 1 and 2. That's Time to Dazzle and Smooth Waves. Then the 10th race gets real tricky. I'd love to have a little bit more coverage here, but the 5, boys, is my top choice, and I really thought was impressive last out.
Keeneland Turf Pick 3, ask for it by name, $3 minimum wager. Make sure you take advantage of that. It has become a very, very popular wager in a very short period of time. 30 minutes rolls by.
It flies.
It is a fun show. We hope you had fun with us here on opening day. Kate and Bradar with us through the entire fall meet here at Keeneland. We're just getting started. Big day today, bigger day tomorrow. Great racing on Sunday. Enjoy opening day here today at Keeneland.
There are more than 3,500 reasons buyers came to Keeneland November last year. Because as you look to the future, this is where you'll find whatever you're looking for. And then some. And then some more. The place you have to be to find the one you have to have. Join us as the world comes to Keeneland, November 8th through the 16th. Browse the catalog at november.keeneland.com.
The bloodline of these brothers is fearless and uncompromising. The fun, adventurous Tacoma, outselling everything in its class for 18 years. The legendary 4Runner, proving itself off-road for 4 decades. The best-in-class Tundra, designed and engineered in the USA. And introducing the powerfully efficient Sequoia, all new from the ground up, with technology and comfort for all. Toyota's 4 brothers, sibling rivalry at its finest. Toyota. Let's go places.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Then beautiful, truly stunning. To the Breeders' Cup World Championship.
Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard, not for our sake, but for theirs, for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Keeneland welcomes Anna Thiel to the paddock. Anna is a recent graduate of Middle Tennessee State University, a singer-songwriter, and Lexington native. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's ray glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land and of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Curtis Smoot from Guest Services as the Employee of the Day. Curtis, congratulations.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and life members room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. A look at the program changes coming up in just a moment. First, let's check the track and turf conditions presented by John Deere. Main track is listed fast, and the turf is listed good. The temporary rail at 10 feet on the turf course today. Now the changes beginning at the first race. Race 1 is where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick 3s and also the early pick 5 will begin. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Second race, start of the early pick 4. Scratch the 12, Spider Woman. Scratch the 14, Aunt Fanny. And scratch the 15, Burn Armosa. That's race 2. Scratch the 12, Spider Woman. Scratch the 14, Aunt Fanny. And scratch 15, Burn Armosa. Please note, number 13, Western Gales, draws into the race. 13, Western Gales, draws into the race. Also, there's a jockey change on the 4, Twirl Around. That'll be Joel Rosario. 4, Twirl Around. Make the jockey Joel Rosario. Third race. Scratch number 3, Votary. Scratch the 5, Bandita. Scratch the 6, Mariah's Appeal. And scratch the 7, Ivisa. That's the third race. Scratch number 3, Votary. Scratch 5, Bandita. Scratch 6, Mariah's Appeal. And scratch 7, Ivisa. As a result of those scratches, no trifecta, no superfecta on the third race. No trifecta, no superfecta on the third event. Race 4. Scratch the 2, Intermittent Fast. That's the fourth race. Scratch the 2, Intermittent Fast. Race 5, start of the pick 6, also start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, which is made up of races 5, 8, and 10. That is its own separate and distinct wager from the rolling pick 3. The Keeneland Turf pick 3, races 5, 8, and 10. In race 5, scratch number 3, Murky. Scratch the 7, Gatita Suave. And scratch the 12, Zapple. That's race 5. Scratch number 3, Murky. Scratch the 7, Gatita Suave. And scratch the 12, Zapple. Sixth race, start of the late pick 5. Take out the also eligibles 13 and 14. They did not draw into the race. Seventh race, Stoll, Keenon, Ogden, Phoenix. A win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint Division. That seventh race is where the late pick 4 begins. No changes in race 7. Eighth race, the Jessamine, presented by Keeneland November. A win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf Division. No changes in that 8th race. Featured 9th, Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. A win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Division. Scratch the 8, Emery. That's in the 9th race. Scratch the 8, Emery. 10th and final race, which includes the Toyota Super High 5. In that 10th race, scratch number 10, Golden Alchemist. Scratch the 12, Point Me By. Also scratch 14, Wicked Finn, 15, Cowboy Justice, and 16, Luigi Spirit. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch number 10, Golden Alchemist. Scratch the 12, Point Me By. Also scratch the 14, Wicked Finn, the 15, Cowboy Justice, and the 16, Luigi Spirit. Please note, number 13 draws into the race. Number 13, Dracone, draws into the race. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Kaiten Bradar.
Happy opening day to you, Kurt Becker, and for those of you fortunate enough to join us here on opening day, and for those of you joining us from around the country and world, we are looking forward to this 10-race card, to this fall meeting, to all the stakes action and the Breeders' Cup implications that so many, if not all of these stakes races have when looking towards the Breeders' Cup at Santa Anita.
It's really something you look forward to, like a rite of fall. With the turning of the leaves, the temperatures get just a little bit more mild. have kind of changing weather, but it's all fun and exciting as far as the quality of the racing is concerned. It's hard to top when you've got Breeders' Cup Prep races and then intermixed 2-year-old races with rising stars. It's just exceptional.
Let's take a look at the 3 stakes races starting in order. Race number 7 starts the late pick 4. It's the Grade 2 Stoll, Keenon, Ogden, Phoenix Stakes. Maniwa comes back defending his title from a year ago when he sprung the upset of 17-1. Corey Lannery sitting on win number 5,000 of his storied career. But it's Bango, the Churchill Downs specialist, who's the morning line favorite.
Yeah, Bango's tried without success to come to Keeneland before, but unlimited opportunities, and earlier in his career, 2020 Perryville, he didn't get out of the gate well. Strike that one. The 2021 Commonwealth, very, very tough field, and maybe he wasn't at peak condition as far as his form was concerned. I give him the benefit of the doubt. I think the old man at age 6 is better than he's ever been, and he's been strategically pointed toward this spot off an easy win in the Louisville Thoroughbred Society. I think he's looking to make it 3 in a row.
Race 8 is the Grade 2 Jessamine Stakes presented by Keeneland November. And we'll take a look at this field. There it is, Time to Dazzle, 5-2. She's 1 for 1 in her career off of a maiden special weight victory at Woodbine.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if she ends up favored, because Crown Imperial deserves some respect off her win in the Untappable. She's a little bit more proven, but Time to Dazzle certainly dazzled in her victory there and is going to be tough. Also, Smooth Waves on the rail, very interesting for Mike Baker and Tyler Gaffleone.
Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades goes as race number 9. The penultimate race on the day starts the late daily double. Bright Work and Vivi's Dream. This is the matchup that we're all looking forward to. There's some other very good fillies in here, like Candied, who was a debut winner. But I think for most, as far as the waters in which they come out of, which have been deep, Bright Work and Vivi's Dream, this should be a heck of a matchup.
It's going to be very interesting to see who goes favored when all is said and done. Bright Work, the slight favorite on the morning line by virtue of an undefeated record, 4 for 4, most recently successful in the Grade 1 Spinway. But Vivi's Dream comes off a powerful win in the Pocahontas and has the home field advantage, so to speak, with Kenny McPeak looking to continue his winning ways with fillies.
3 stakes races on opening day, 10 races in total. Race number 1 coming up in less than 17 minutes.
Couple of additional changes to report for today's Keeneland card. Overweight in the first race, number 10 Texas Pride, the jockey 1 pound over. First race, the 10 Texas Pride, the jockey 1 pound over. In the second race, overweight number 3 Lemon Muffin, the jockey 2 pounds over. That's the second race, number 3 Lemon Muffin, the jockey 2 pounds over. And also looking to that third event. In race 3 today, no trifecta, no superfecta, no show wagering. Third race, no try, no super, no show.
Race number 1, a maiden $100,000 claiming event, and we're going to start with the number 5 horse on screen. That is Archie the Giza, my top selection in here. Horse takes a big drop down in class. First wire finish will remind you of this so often. So often speed does so much better when they get a shorter stretch to work with. So I'll combine the drop in class on Archie the Giza and the first wire finish at a mile and a 16th in race number 1. I've got the 5 on top.
I'm using him, not on top, but I respect him, and I think he's very, very live in here. That drop in class is substantial. He was running against some tough horses and at 1 turn on the dirt. This will be his first opportunity to try 2 turns on the dirt, and I think that definitely will help him forward. Plus, Christian Torres, I think, will suit him. Rode him that last time, got to know him a little bit. He'll have an easier time sitting close to the pace.
You've got Cafe Racer on top coming in off of a 3-month freshening.
Yeah, that third place finish at Ellis was good at sprinting. And again, I think the stretch combined with the layoff are all big positives. Exits the same race as Active Duty, who I also respect in this spot. But I think Cafe Racer gets the jump with Irad Ortiz.
JJ's Joker on the outside, the 11. I've got him as my second choice. A lot of the mindset that I'm using on the number 5, I'm utilizing on the 11, but the outside draw is not ideal. But if he can clear from the outside post with that speed, again, first wire finish, and the speed that he possesses, he could be a big danger in here, the 11 JJ's Joker.
Yeah, I just don't know what happened last time out. That's what bothers me a little bit about JJ's Joker. He was bothered at the start, but he just didn't run any step of the way. Could be a different day here. Second start off the layoff, gets away more cleanly. But I did think that JJ's Joker was sort of a wait and see versus a jump on top. I liked the 3 Active Duty. Second with the same competition, has has hit some tough horses, and though he tends to be a bridesmaid, today might be the day he could sit that perfect stalking trip and have something to say about the outcome.
You've got the 9 as your third choice. That is Barnstorming Lasix for the first time. Well-bred colt that started his career with Bob Baffert at Del Mar.
How do you leave out Brad Cox at this meet in particular? But it is in for a claiming price. He is in for a claiming price first time, and that is a key angle for this barn. 30% success rate. I also like the workout pattern, and when Brad takes over a horse, he usually has a pretty good strike rate as well.
Race number 1 is coming up in less than 14 minutes. And a pretty good betting board taking a look at it right now. We've got a 3-1 favorite. The number 1 horse is your current choice for the time being, Game Warden, for Ken Ramsey and Staffy Joseph Jr. off the claim. Race 1 starts the early pick 5 on opening day here at Keeneland. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. A maiden claiming event with a price of $100,000. Maidens age 3 and up here, mile and a 16th. Over the fast main track, race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes. Also begins the early pick 5. Main track is fast, turf is good today. In the first race, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Overweight, the 10 Texas Pride, the jockey 1 pound over. Post time at 7 minutes.
Darley, Keeneland November, and Stoll, Keenon, Ogden are pleased to sponsor the Best Turned Out Awards today at Keeneland. Representatives from Darley, Keeneland November, or Stoll, Keenon, Ogden will judge the horses in the paddock prior to each race and present the groom responsible for the Best Turned Out racehorse with a $300 cash award. The winner of the Darley Best Turned Out Award for race number 1 is Alvino Mata from the Dallas Stewart Barn, the groom for number 3, Active Duty. Congratulations, Alvino Mata, and Active Duty, the Best Turned Out Award winner for race 1.
Less than 4 minutes away from the first of 10 on opening day here at Keeneland. We're starting with the 2-horse Peak with some front side observations. This is a Candy Ride colt who is moving back over to the dirt and making a significant change as far as distance. He ran 1.5 miles at Kentucky Downs last time out, Caton, and now he shortens up to 1 mile and a 16th.
Boy, I had a big question mark on him going into the race, but once seeing him in the paddock and now out on the racetrack, I'd say it's an exclamation point. He looks super sharp. Neck has been bowed. He's kind of been breathing fire since he came into the paddock, but in a good way. He's not extending any energy needlessly. He's kind of compliant with whatever the riders ask for him in the warm-up, but just looks tremendous here for Rusty Arnold. And given the fact that he's never had an opportunity to run long on the dirt, I think he's capable here.
The number 1 horse, Game Warden, he is now 5-2. He's held as the favorite throughout the lead up to this race. Claim last time out for $75,000. He's got races back earlier in the year where he's running against very good horses like King's Barnes, who would go on and win the Louisiana Derby. He was only beaten a length and a quarter to him. Tyler Gaffleone comes off of a dominant meeting over at Churchill Downs. If you didn't follow that meet, he was clear by many when it came to the jockey standings. But as we well know, the jockey colony, the depth increases exponentially when you get here to Keeneland with the New York riders coming into town especially.
You know, my concern with him is not ability. He's flashed ability good enough to probably win in this spot. He is racing off the claim for a very good claiming barn in Safi Joseph, but I just wonder readiness in just 2 starts to get ready for a 1 1/8 from the inside post, where he's probably going to be under a lot of pressure here. But Ken Ramsey been claiming up a storm and with success.
2 minutes to post. Race 1, Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Archie the Giza goes in. Cash Me Up moves into line. Surface to Air comes forward. First Wire. At the post. They're off. Awkward beginning for Active Duty. Went to his knees at the start, but quickly recovers. In the meantime, there goes JJ's Joker for the lead from the outside. Peak is there to the inside. Cafe Racer is in between horses. Barnstorming is up close as well as they head into the first turn. Still a 4-way shuffle for the lead. Peak against the rail is the leader by just a half length. Cafe Racer is second by a neck. Barnstorming 3 wide and third around the first turn. Gap of 2 to JJ's Joker. A lane off the rail in fourth. Past Game Warden in fifth. Cash Me Up outward from the rail is in 6th. Running for Joy is 7th. Archie the Giza is 8th. Active Duty is 9th. Surface to Air is in 10th position as they head up the backstretch. And then Dr. Kringle with Texas Pride, last opening quarter, 22.9 seconds. Midpoint of the backstretch, it is Peak against the rail, leading at Peak by 3/4 of a length. Cafe Racer second by a length and a half. Barnstorming third, 3/4 of a length. Game Warden moves up a closer fourth. Down to the inside, JJ's Joker is 5th on the outside of that one, 46.55 the time for the first half mile. Onto the far turn, Peak is the leader, and Peak leads it by just a length. Cafe Racer second, a half length. Barnstorming moves up again, caught wide again on the turn though. Game Warden is 4th down toward the inside. JJ's Joker 5 lengths off the lead, then Running for Joy back toward the rail, and Cash Me Up 7 from the front. They're at the quarter pole. Peak is the leader. Peak leads it by 2, and now Game Warden moves up 4th to 3rd to 2nd. JJ's Joker is going to have to go 4 wide at the top of the short stretch. Game Warden looks for room from between horses. Running for Joy back toward the rail is 4th. Peak is the leader. JJ's Joker, Cafe Racer, and Game Warden, then Running for Joy back toward the inside. JJ's Joker now to challenge Peak. Game Warden is 3rd between that pair. JJ's Joker and Peak. Peak and JJ's Joker. JJ's Joker and Peak down to the wire. JJ's Joker gets up to win it by a half length. Peak was 2nd, Game Warden 3rd, and Running for Joy 4th.
Well, the first of the meet goes to jockey Francisco Arrieta and trainer Chris Hartman with JJ's Joker, as he had quite a finish in him. As they set a quick pace, he laid off that pace, and he spurted away at odds of 7-1 to take race number 1.
Yeah, you got absolutely the perfect trip and the ideal setup. Poor Peak did some heavy lifting on the front end and still dug in through the stretch, but couldn't withstand that late pressure from JJ's Joker.
Photos on the board, but there's a look at JJ's Joker, the practical joke gelding, kicking clear nicely to take race 1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race, the 11, JJ's Joker, was first. Number 2, Peak, was second. Number 1, Game Warden, third. Number 4, Running for Joy, fourth. 11-2-1-4, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, number 11, JJ's Joker, the unofficial winner, owned by Jeff Heslop and trained by Chris Hartman, jockey Francisco Arrieta. JJ's Joker, a 3-year-old gelded son of Practical Joke out of Cabbage Key by AP Indy, bred in Kentucky by Doug and Felicia Branham. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 44.77 seconds. First race results official. 11-2-1-4, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured. Also start of the early pick 4. The main track is fast. Turf listed good, rail at 10 feet on the turf course today. In the second race, scratch the 12, Spider Woman. Scratch 14, Aunt Fanny. And scratch 15, Bernarmosa. Scratch the 12, Spider Woman. Also scratch the 14, Aunt Fanny. And scratch the 15, Bernarmosa. A reminder, number 13, Western Gales, draws into the race. 13, Western Gales will run. Tyler Gaffalione will be the jockey, but there is a jockey change on the 4 twirl around, and on number 4, it'll be Joel Rosario. 4 twirl around, the jockey Joel Rosario. 1 overweight to report, number 3, Lemon Muffin, the jockey 2 pounds over. Number 3, Lemon Muffin, +2. Looking ahead to the third race, a reminder, scratch the 3, Votary. Also scratch the 5, Bandita. Scratch the 6, Mariah's Appeal, and scratch the 7, Ivisa. That's the third race. Scratch 3, Votary. Scratch 5, Bandita. Scratch 6, Mariah's Appeal, and scratch 7, Ivisa. No trifecta, no superfecta, no show wagering on the third. Fourth race, scratch the 2, Intermittent Fast. That's the fourth race, scratch the 2, Intermittent Fast. And in race 5, scratch the 3, Murky. Scratch the 7, Gatita Suave. Scratch the 12, Zapple. Race 5, scratch 3, Murky. Scratch 7, Gatita Suave. And scratch the 12, Zapple.
Race number 2, 16 minutes to post, started the early pick 4. Twirl Around is the current favorite, or was just a second ago, literally. Now 3-1 second choice behind the one Whirl Slipper. But I've got this one on top. We talked about pedigrees and productive brood mares. This is a filly by Twirling Candy from the first dam, Willow Hills. She herself a first out winner, which is a big thing. And also, she has produced 2 two-year-old winners, one of which was a first-out winner, and a full brother to this filly by the name of Will to Run. Rosario rides, rider change on the 4, Joel Rosario rides. She's got fast workouts coming in. Greg Foley had an ultra-productive Churchill Downs September meet. I think all systems go with Twirl Around the 4. She got the pedigree, the works, the look, all of it clicking for her. Now 5-2, back to the favorites roll.
Well, I'm going to go to a horse who has an equal pedigree, and that is the one Royal Slipper by Uncle Mo, and a full sister to a horse named Bast, who was able to win 4 of her first 6 starts. Definitely some precocity in the pedigree here, and a sire who can produce an early developer. Johnny Velasquez taking the call for Wesley Ward, and you know, Wesley Ward's horses are going to get bet at Keeneland. There's just no two ways about it. This one at 3-1 could turn out to be a gift with the attention focused on Twirl Around. I don't love the inside post position, but the fact that she's in here tells me that Wesley believes that she's going to be able to get out of the gate rolling. She broke really well in a workout September 5th here at Keeneland, and I like that she gets to race over the track she trains over.
I go to the 6, Charlotte's Approval is the second choice. She was bet on debut. She's a well-bred filly, $1 million yearling from last year. Her mother, Curlin's Approval, a 3-time grade stakes winner. She was a first-out winner. She comes out of a live race, but she drew post 1, and she just did not get involved in that race. So I'll give her a pass and hope that she learned from something from that, and she can be better not drawing the rail today. Off the rail in start 2 of a young horse's career, I think, is a big, big angle that you've got to keep in mind.
Yeah, I had a big question mark next to Charlotte's Approval. Wasn't quite sure what to do with her, but definitely respected the connections and the pedigree there. I could see her improving. The 9, Loveland, is a half-sister to a horse who won her first 2 starts and was a graded stakes-placed runner, daughter of Munnings, who throws an early runner. Spent training for a long time, shows a series of works for Norm Cassie, who can win first time out, 13%. I like the post draw, too, with the 9, Loveland, getting to have most of the fields who are inside. And again, I just can't pass up any horse that has the pedigree as well as from a barn that wins with regularity early.
And then let's go to the 8-horse Lady Chai for China Horse Club, Hinkle Farms, David and Gordo and others, trained by Cherie DeVoe. This is a well-bred filly. She's a Keeneland September sale grad from last year, $570,000 yearling. And she's a half-sister to Tarabi, who was a stakes winner. She was also a first-out winner in Grade 1 place. So Cherie DeVoe trained Tarabi as well. And I think expectations should be high with a filly with the pedigree that she has and the way that Cherie DeVoe has had, the way that Cherie DeVoe's barn has gone this year, winning nearly 20% of their races in 2023.
Yeah, Lady Chai is definitely a horse I respect here at Cantharos. 16% winners with his first-time starters and very good with 2-year-olds as well. And that pedigree speaks for itself. You know, Cherie tends to be a bit more patient with her young horses, doesn't have the highest strike rate in the world, but if you've got the right individual, you definitely can get the job done here. So Lady Chai is definitely rounding out my top 3 as I went 1-9-8.
It is a wonderful group of 2-year-old fillies. They'll be sprinting 6 furlongs, big pedigrees, big yearling purchases from the Keeneland September sale last year. And for the time being, the number 4 horse is the favorite. That is Twirl Around for Donnemeyer Farm, a homebred for Donnemeyer Farm here in Kentucky, the well-bred daughter of Twirling Candy. 12 minutes to post. Race number 2 starts another double pick 3, as well as the start of the first of 2 pick 4s on the afternoon.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's second race, the Medaglia d'Oro, maiden special weight, 2-year-old filly, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 12, Spider Woman. Scratch 14, Aunt Fanny. Scratch 15, Bernard Mosa. A reminder, number 13, Western Gales will run. Jockey is Tyler Gaffalione. Jockey change on the 4, Twirl Around, Joel Rosario. 4, Twirl Around, Joel Rosario. Overweight, 3, Lemon Muffin, jockey 2 pounds over. 3, Lemon Muffin, jockey 2 pounds over. Start of the early pick 4, post time at less than 5 minutes.
The winner of the Darley Best Turned Out Award for race number 2 is Gabriel Tuchis from the Mark Cassey barn, the groom for number 6, Charlotte's Approval. Congratulations, Gabriel, winner of the Darley Best Turned Out Award.
We're frontside, less than 3 minutes to post, looking at some well-bred fillies, but this is the full sister, as Kate mentioned, to Bast. Broke her maiden against Graded Stakes Company, rattled off several stakes wins in a row, and she's a beautiful filly carrying the Michael Tabor Silks.
You know, she was spunky. That's what I liked about her. Just really alert, seemed happy and poised. And, boy, she's got a build with her shoulder, real sprint-like shoulder, that square, powerful-looking shoulder. Even though she's got some size and scope to her, looks like the type that could be fast, and certainly her works would suggest that as well.
The 13 Western Gales, as most of you sure well know, I think that the fact that she's drawn in off the also eligible, this is a well-bred filly. She's by Into Mischief. He should need no introduction. A stallion that just year in and year out leads the way, it seems. And this is from a Forestry first dam, Tyler Gaffalione. This was his first option, first call. He gave the first call to the 13, second call to the 4. So at 10-1, that price looks good on the number 13 runner.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised based on her body type if she runs a little bit farther, but she's a really good-looking filly. Lanky, has some size and scope, and has some fast works. If you look back, she's been training since July and really showed some quickness in those early workouts that sort of belies her scope and the way she appeared in the paddock. But I think this filly's being ignored just because she drew in from the alsos at outside post, maybe a little bit tricky for her, but with 3/4 of a mile to work with, I like the looks of her, and 10-1's awfully nice.
Horses have reached the starting gate and are moving into line for race 2 at Keeneland, the Medaglia d'Oro, start of the early pick 4. Chilled moves into line. Still 5 left to load. Twirl around into the gate. Yare Data comes forward. Western Gales, the last one. They are at the post. They're off. Royal Slipper for the lead. Loveland is out quickly as well. Western Gales away third. Charlotte's Approval fourth. Sister Ella comes out fifth. Bright Lady Day is sixth. Chilled is in seventh. Tanya Showers a wide eighth. Twirl Around a lane off the rail between horses in ninth. Lemon Muffin is 10th down toward the inside. Then Yare Data and Lady High is last and moves 5 wide from the back of the pack with a lot of running to do from there after an opening quarter and 22 0.28 seconds. Royal Slipper, the leader. Western Gale second, 2 lengths off the lead. Second by just a head to the outside of Loveland, who's down against the rail now. Gap of nearly 2 more. Back to Chilled, who moves up into 4th position by a neck outside of Sister Ella. Lady High is still far back. Tanya Showers has moved by her into 6th, 8 lengths off the lead, but Royal Slipper is on top. Royal Slipper opens up here on a 4-length advantage, coming into the final furlong now by 5. Back to Loveland in 2nd. Chilled is in 3rd. Tanya Showers is in 4th. Charlotte's Approval to 5th. Final furlong for Royal Slipper. John Velasquez aboard, 16th to go. A 6-length lead back to Loveland. It is Royal Slipper. Royal Slipper, much the best here, with Loveland home 2nd. Tanya Showers across the wire in 3rd position, and is followed then by Chilled and Charlotte's Approval.
Well, the one Royal Slipper never gave them a chance. She was quick away from the gate. She set that early quick fraction of a quarter of a mile in 22-1. But then that second quarter, Caton, she was able to slow things down along with Johnny Velasquez to have plenty to finish up with late for Mr. Tabor, Wesley Ward, and Johnny Velasquez.
Very measured, very professional, good-looking victory from Royal Slipper, who moved right out of the gate to the winner's circle. You have to feel sorry for Loveland, who did absolutely nothing wrong, but was just second best, never able to close the gap.
Photo for 4th. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 1, Royal Slipper first. Number 9, Loveland second. The 11, Tanya Showers third. The 10, Chilled, was fourth. 1, 9, 11, 10. Unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the Medaglia d'Oro, the unofficial winner, number 1, Royal Slipper, owned by Michael Tabor, trained by Wesley Ward, the jockey, John Velasquez. Royal Slipper, a 2-year-old filly by Uncle Mo out of Lafina by Arch, bred in Kentucky by Chelston. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 10 and 2/5 seconds, 1:10.58. In the winner's circle, Grady LaMonica presents the trophy for the Medaglia d'Oro to the connections of Royal Slipper. Results of Keeneland's second race official, 1-9-11-10. The official results. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Main track is fast, turf is good today. Rail at 10 feet on the turf course. Double and pick three wagering are featured here. A reminder, no trifecta, no superfecta, no show wagering. Scratch number 3, Votary. Scratch the 5, Bandita. Scratch the 6, Mariah's Appeal. And scratch the 7, Ivisa. Again, scratch 3, Votary. Scratch 5, Bandita. Scratch 6, Mariah's Appeal. And scratch 7, Ivisa. No trifecta, no superfecta, no show wagering. Looking ahead, fourth race, scratch the 2, Intermittent Fast. It's the fourth race, scratch the 2, Intermittent Fast. Race 5, scratch number 3, Murky. Scratch the 7, Gatita Suave. Scratch the 12, Zapple. That's race 5, scratch number 3, Murky. Scratch the 7, Gatita Suave, and scratch the 12, Zapple.
Race number 3, 16 minutes to post. There are some key scratches in here. There are 4, in fact, that have withdrawn from this race. Votary, the 3, the number 5 horse, Bandita, the 6, Mariah's Appeal, and Avisa is also a scratch. So a field of 4 will be competing. I'm going to go to the number 4 horse in a regrouped scenario for me from a handicapping perspective. 2 Item Saver is who I've got on top. She's got a recent race. That was a recent win. It was a quick time. She ran into a filly that was able to win next time out named Super Explosive, who she beat, who ended up second that day. So live race, good win last time out, and moving up the class ranks with the main foe being the number 1 horse, New Beat, who's coming off the 6-month layoff. I'll go with the recent runner, 2 Item Saver, as my top selection at odds of 2-1.
It sort of becomes a race within a race, doesn't it, for the early position. The 1, New Beat, for me, got the edge. I don't love that she's inside of her main rival in 2 Item Saver as far as the early lead is concerned, but I do love the fact that she comes in off the layoff. She is turning back off a winning effort at 1 1/16 miles. The 7 furlongs is kind of a good middle distance, not too short, probably just right for her. And maybe New Beat doesn't have to be on the lead, though I think she will be forwardly placed in this compact field. I also, though, hesitated because I went back and forth between the 1 and the 8. The 8 HT Xena, who is 9-2, has some speed. I mean, in this field, the way it's all turned out, I wouldn't be surprised to see her pressing the pace either. And I think that she really figures with these. She's won over the track, runs well fresh for Matt Shearer. I could actually see her have something to say about the pace as well as the finish.
Especially with a small field, because they tend to be not far from one another, nor do you want to lose touch with a group of 3 others if you're that 4th horse who loses touch. So I agree with you on HT Xena, who's 9-2 right now. We go over to the 2 horse Yes Day for Glenn Wismer, coming in from races at Ellis back in July and August. It's been a while since she broke her maiden. It was this time last year that she won at Prescott on the synthetic track. But Yes Day, maybe she could be the one to be 3rd-ish, maybe in this small field of 4. 3rd or 4th might be the trip that she sits, not far off of them.
She outran her odds at Ellis Park back in July off the layoff and really ran a big race at 44-1. She is up against it from a pace standpoint, but she will be running at the end. And if those 2 or even 3 lock up early, then maybe she's the main beneficiary. She rounds out the top selections.
The group is saddled up. We'll give you our front side observations once they move front side for the post parade. But a reminder, no trifecta, no superfecta, no show wagering available in race number 3 with the scratches that we have in here. Good luck. 13 minutes to get those plays in.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Maxfield, an allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up beard course, about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch the 3 Votary, also scratch 5 Bandita, scratch 6 Mariah's Appeal, and scratch the 7 Ivisa. No show wagering, no trifecta, no superfecta. Post time of 5 minutes.
The winner of the Darley Best Turned Out Award for the third race is Anna Diaz, the groom for number 2, Yes Day. Congrats to the Glenn Wesmer team and Anna Diaz, the Darley Best Turned Out Award winner. Well, looking at the horses on the track, it's impossible to separate them. They all look good. It is kind of how it shakes out on paper. But the one, New Beat, did look very calm and composed and just had a nice energy level about her that seemed to pick up as soon as she got the rider on her back and got out onto the racetrack. She really looks like she could be sitting on a big effort physically as well as mentally, and she certainly has the ability to get the job done. Nobody really reacting adversely, not getting hot. Everybody very professional. The 4-2 item saver was very sharp and on her toes as well. But if you're going to try to split hairs, New Beat maybe gets a mild paddock pick here in a very tough third race.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Maxfield. Two-item saver moves into line, waiting now for HT Xena. Last one, set to load. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes New Beat. New Beat out for the early lead. Yes Day comes away in second. HT Xena up on the far outside. And then Two-Item Saver, who's fourth, as these four work their way up the chute and up to the backstretch now. And it will be New Beat with the early lead from that inside starting spot, but is joined by HT Xena from the far outside, moves up less than a length off the leader. Gap of nearly two more. Back to the two trailers. Two-Item Saver moves up on the outside now, third by just a neck, and has Yes Day right there to the inside, 23.28 seconds the time for that opening quarter. Onto the far turn they go. New Beat is the leader, leads it by a length to HT Xena. Outward from the rail, second by a neck. Now Yes Day is moving up a closer third. Now to challenge for second, looks for some more running room and tight down toward the rail though, around the far turn. And Two-Item Saver stays toward the outside. Now picks up the chase from last, moves up from fourth to third to challenge for second. Still 2 lengths off the lead as they round the far turn. New Beat the leader. Now room at the rail for Yes Day and room for Two-Item Saver from the outside. Top three on even terms off the far turn, quarter mile to go, then a gap of 5 more lengths back to HT Xena. Two-Item Saver has the lead, and Two-Item Saver opens up. Two-Item Saver by 3, by 4, eighth of a mile to go. It is Two-Item Saver by 5 to Yes Day, and then New Beat and HT Xena at the back. Two-Item Saver. Vince Chaminade in front past the 16th pole. Two-Item Saver. Convincing winner here in today's third event. Yes Day was second, New Beat third, and HT Xena was fourth.
Easy win in the end for the number 4 horse, Two-Item Saver, who went off at odds of 3-2. She lost the position down the backstretch, but Vince Chaminade never panicked. He got this filly to finish off this race easily, which she did. She won easily, drawing away from the field for Ignacio Correas IV and Mr. Charles Fipke.
Kind of turned out to be a blessing in disguise, I think, though it wasn't as fast as you might expect. It still was heated between a couple horses on the front to set it up nicely for Two-Item Saver.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 4, Two-Item Saver was first. 2, Yes Day was second. The 1, New Beat was third. Number 8, HT Xena fourth. 4-2-1-8, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the Maxfield, the unofficial winner, number 4, 2-item Saver, owned and bred in Kentucky by Charles Fipke. Ignacio Correas is the trainer, and Vince Chaminade the jockey. 2-item Saver, 3-year-old filly by Super Saver out of 2-item Limit by Twining, covers the Beard course about 7 furlongs, 1 minute 26.99 seconds. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Maxfield to the connections of number 4, 2-item Saver, and the results are now official. 4-2-1-8, the official results, race 3. Clay LaMonica with the trophy presentation. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. Main track is fast. The turf is listed good. Rail at 10 feet on the turf course. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. A reminder, scratch the 2, intermittent fast. Scratch the 2, intermittent fast. Race 5. Scratch number 3, Murky. Scratch the 7, Gatita Suave. Scratch the 12, Zapple. It's race 5. Scratch the 3, Murky. Scratch the 7, Gatita Suave. Scratch the 12, Zapple. Sixth race, take out the also eligibles, 13 and 14. They did not draw into the race.
Race number 4, 19 minutes to post, less than. Scratch the number 2 horse in here. 8-horse field, the current favorite, both the 4 and 5 sitting at 5-2, Done Enough and Twirling Queen. I've got the 3 Our Keepsake on top, 7-1 on this Dwayne Lucas trained filly by Cinco Charlie. She was nearly 17-1 in her most recent race at Churchill Downs, but she drew off and won by 4 1/4 lengths. And she's a filly that I think has figured things out. She's got a good, quick workout at Churchill Downs since then, and she's still a good price, 6-1, not nearly the 16-1 that she was over in Louisville, Caton, but I'll take it. And there's a fun story with this. This is a filly that Dwayne Lucas gave part ownership of this filly to his grandson, Brady Lucas, as a wedding gift. And that wedding gift paid off in more than one way in that win at Churchill Downs in a $120,000 purse.
That'll buy a nice honeymoon as well. Will that Our Keepsake, a horse who concerns me a little bit from a pace standpoint because she is very fast. But there's a lot of speed in this race, and of all the speeds, for the most part, I think the 5 Twirling Queen can sit outside. I also am not convinced she has to be smack on the lead in the first stages of the race, but she does like to get into the mix. She hasn't had the best of it in either of her previous tries here, and one of those races with Stakes Company, so you give her the benefit of the doubt. I thought both were very salty groups of horses. So with the position toward the outside and maybe just a little cleaner run, more settled at the beginning, I thought the 5 Twirling Queen had a big shot in here.
Let's go to the number 6 horse, Kenwick. Will be carrying the Godolphin Blue. Flavian Pratt will be wearing the Blue Silks for Godolphin, and Owen Hardy sends this Bernardini filly postward. I asked Owen just yesterday about her training and how much she's had on a dirt track. He said she has trained exclusively on synthetic tracks since she's been in his care. She did train in her earlier days on dirt, but the breeding is there. She's by Bernardini out of a Street Sense mare, both of those Grade 1 winners on dirt. He also commented on her last race at Prescott Downs and how game she was. She was down on the inside. If you watch that replay back, she did have a lot of room to work with, but the comment line is correct. She made room. She pushed through there and got through there, and that's very encouraging for a young filly. So it looks like she's got a lot of heart. We'll see how she fares moving over to the dirt. I'll take a shot with her second choice for me. 8-1 right now on the 6 Kenwick.
I've got a good price for the second shot as well. 9-1 on the 7 Extreme Smoke Show, who broke her maiden at first asking in a 4.5 furlong Canterbury sprint. Now, the competition probably not what she's facing here, but I like the way she did it. She did everything that was asked of her. She was really professional. She didn't get rank or speed crazy early, and did hold her position. I don't think she was dying at the end or faltering at the end. I think that she was just geared down a little bit because she had the race safely won. And I don't see the extra distance as a concern for her. I look for her to sit that stalking trip just to the outside.
Let's go to the 8-horse Almond Fudge, 7-1. She has an outside draw against this field, which is not quite as big as what she faced last time out. She was in post 11 of 11 in that maiden win back in the 16th of September at Churchill Downs, and she was able to clear from out there. So she's got some serious quickness, and I think you got to respect her. And her rider, Christian Torres, had a really nice closeout weekend over at Churchill Downs. Don't sleep on the 8 at 7-1, Almond Fudge.
You know, I'm going to round it out with the favorite, 5-2 right now on the 4, Done Enough, who comes off a pretty commanding victory on a sloppy racetrack. She obviously loved that. Remains to be seen if she can run quite as effectively on the fast main track, but she did show good early speed last time. Could have been a light bulb type moment, and you can't discount her, especially with Irad Ortiz Jr. taking the assignment here for Kent Sweezy.
She's just clicked down to the current choice, 2-1, slight favorite over the number 5 horse Twirling Queen. The number 5 horse Twirling Queen is 5-2. Competitive group of 2-year-old fillies. These are fillies facing winners here for many of them for the first time. Lemurian on the inside, Lemurian, has run against winners. She ran in the Grade 1 Spinaway last time out. She was beaten by 32 lengths to a filly by the name of Brightwork, who we'll see as one of the favorites in today's Grade 1 Darley, Alcibiades. 2-year-old filly sprinting 6 furlongs. It's race number 4 as they'll move from the saddling stalls over to the paddock to circle and wait for the rider's up call.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Essential Quality 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Allowance optional claiming race for a price of $100,000. 2-year-old fillies. Scratch the 2 Intermittent Fast. Again, scratch 2 Intermittent Fast. Double and pick 3 wagering are featured here. Post time in just 8 minutes.
The winner of the Darley Best Turned Out Award for the fourth race is Claudio Horqueda from the Michelle Elliott Barn, the groom of number 1, Lemorian. Congratulations, Claudio, our Darley Best Turned Out Award winner. Getting a look at them on the track is a real contrast in the paddock. The 7 Extreme Smoke Show was a little feisty, a little bit more than you wanted to see, but she seems to have settled in beautifully out on the track and really makes a nice appearance. Daughter of Frosted is a winner in her only start. It was a little different group of horses and a different distance, but she sure fits the bill as far as her looks are concerned. The 5 Twirling Queen is another who caught my eye, making very nice appearance. Just a racy-looking individual who seems poised for a nice effort. She's going to need some racing luck, though, as far as trip is concerned. And then just to her inside, well, a couple horses to her inside, the 3 Our Keepsake. Really solid, strong-looking filly by Cinco Charlie. She looks like a sprinter. She was bright and strong, and could definitely see her running right back to that winning effort at Churchill last time out.
Just quickly, I had an opportunity to speak to Mac Robertson. I had an opportunity to speak to Mac Robertson about his number 7 filly, Extreme Smoke Show, who is currently 8-1. He said that prior to that race at Canterbury, she actually missed a couple of workouts. She got sick, missed some works, but was still able to win. She's done very well since arriving here at Keeneland. He commented on how well the horses do here at Keeneland with so much grass. And if you just look around, you can see exactly what we're talking about. But it's a different vibe for her. But they realize coming from Canterbury down here to Keeneland, it's always going to be a big step up in competition. But I thought it was fascinating that even with missing works, she was still able to win going 4.5 furlongs back in August.
And, you know, a lot of times the bettors look at the fact that she ran against other horses at Canterbury, which might be a little lesser competition than what she runs into. As a result, you get a good price, but she doesn't know what she beat. She just beat everything that was out there for her. So winning at first asking, and especially given that piece of information, is really an accomplishment. She looks the part today, and she's a nice price at 7-1.
3 minutes to post. Race number 4, 2-year-old fillies sprinting 6 furlongs.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race, the Essential Quality. Done Enough moves into line. Almond Fudge into the gate. Twirling Queen, and now the last one, Dorothy Crowfoot at the post. And they're off. There goes Lemorian, and Our Keepsake from the inside. Done Enough has some early speed as well. Lemorian against the rail, and Our Keepsake between horses. Done Enough on the far outside is away running in third. Twirling Queen comes away fourth, struggles to keep up with that front trio. In the early going, drops back about 5 lengths off that front threesome into the far turn. Extreme Smoke Show is fifth down toward the inside as they round the turn. Dorothy Crowfoot is a wide sixth, and further back, Almond Fudge next to last, and Kenwick is the distant trailer, 21.67 seconds the time. time for the opening quarter. Done Enough comes away with the lead and leads Our Keepsake only by 2 lengths around the far turn, though, as Twirling Queen tries to get going. Just over a quarter mile to go. Third up on the outside. Lemorian has dropped back as they turn for home. That will allow Extreme Smoke Show to move up along with Dorothy Crowfoot, but they both have 7 lengths to make up on Done Enough, who's the leader, and Our Keepsake now takes aim from the outside. Our Keepsake coming after Done Enough. Extreme Smoke Show was third out in the center of the racetrack, just inside the 8th pole. Done Enough, Our Keepsake, Extreme Smoke Show. These three together past the 16th pole. Extreme Smoke Show. Tyler Gaffalione running on by to win it. Our Keepsake was home second. Done Enough was third. Twirling Queen was fourth.
A very professional win for Extreme Smoke Show, the 7-12-1 with Tyler Gaffalione here at Keeneland. She took a big step forward today off of that win at Canterbury. Congratulations to Extreme Racing, Mac Robertson, and Tyler Gaffalione.
Boy, this filly ran big, just biding her time off the pace, waiting for Tyler to give her the cue. When she unleashed that stretch run, it was a big, powerful performance, now undefeated in 2 starts.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race. Number 7, Extreme Smoke Show, was first. Number 3, Our Keepsake, was second. Number 4, Done Enough, third. Number 5, Twirling Queen, fourth. 7-3-4-5 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 4th race, the Essential Quality, the unofficial winner, number 7, Extreme Smoke Show, owned by Extreme Racing Stables, LLC, of Vicki McGowan, trained by Mac Robertson, Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. Extreme Smoke Show, 2-year-old filly by Frosted, out of Imposing Grace by Empire Maker. Winner bred in Kentucky by Coffee Pot Stable. Keeneland September graduate gets the 6 furlongs in 1 minute 11.41 seconds. Results of the 4th race official, 7-3-4-5, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Essential Quality Trophy presentation Grace Hamilton presents to the connections of Extreme Smoke Show number 7. Keeneland's 5th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6, and also start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. Main track is fast. The turf listed good, rail at 10 feet on the turf course. In the 5th race, scratch number 3, Murky. Scratch the 7, Gatita Suave. Scratch the 12, Zapple. Scratch 3, Murky. Scratch 7, Gatita Suave. And scratch 12, Zapple. 6th race, take out the also eligibles, 13 and 14. They did not draw into the race. Race 7 has no changes at this time. Race 8 is also clear. Featured 9th race, the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades, scratch number 8, Emery. That's in the featured 9th, scratch number 8, Emery. 10th and final race, scratch number 10, Golden Alchemist. Scratch the 12, Point Me By. Also scratch 14, Wicked Finn, 15, Cowboy Justice, and 16, Luigi Spirit. That's in the 10th and final race. Scratch number 10, Golden Alchemist. Scratch the 12, Point Me By. Also scratch 14, Wicked Finn, 15, Cowboy Justice, and 16, Luigi Spirit. A reminder, number 13, Dracone, will run. Number 13, Dracone, draws into the race.
Race number 5, a crucial race in the wagering world. This race starts the first pick 6 of the meet. First pick 6 of this meet and of the day, obviously. Only pick 6 of the day begins with race number 5. Also, the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3 begins here. That popular $3 minimum wager races 5, 8, and 10. The sequence for the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Another great betting race. The 4 is the 2-1 favorite right now. LJ's Emma for Boxman Stables and Eddie Keneally. But I've got the 6 just above her in my handicapping. Sassy Nature is the filly that I'll lean on. This is a filly coming in from the West Coast. She returns to Keeneland, and now with Doug O'Neill. Luis Mendez had her back last spring where she ran a very good race behind Love Reigns in the Limestone Stakes here at Keeneland. She's got speed. We know how quick horses need to be in those sprint races on the West Coast. So at odds of 6-1 with Flavien Prat in the saddle, this, I think, is a big opportunity for a filly that makes a lot of sense at a price like this.
And her chances certainly improved with the scratch of the 3 Murky, one of a few who could put pressure on her early. She's either going to run them off their feet or it's going to set up nicely for a horse to come from off the pace. With that in mind, I went to the 8 Daring Do at 7-1. Wesley Ward looking for his second win today. Daring Do's proven over the course. She was able to sit a stalking trip in the spring at Keeneland here in First Allowance Company. But I like that she's versatile. She doesn't seem real pace dependent. If they want to run really fast, she can sit back and wait, or else she can put herself into the race. She's tangled with some tough company and comes off a win at Ellis back in July, so freshened, seems capable of running a big effort off the layoff.
The 4 LJ's Emma, the favorite, at 2-1. This is a filly that ran pretty well in the Grade 3 Music City at 6.5 furlongs at Kentucky Downs. As we've talked about this morning on Today at Keeneland, it can play more to a longer distance type of race when you're going 6.5 at Kentucky Downs. So I think she gets back to a preferred distance and course and back to 5.5 furlongs where she rattled off 3 wins in a row. She beat a few of these fillies in the Galway Stakes at Saratoga over good listed ground. So the return to that scenario today, I think, is what in part is intriguing a lot of folks. And it's tough to be discouraged by a filly that rattled off those 3 sprint wins in a row, and even prior to that ran a good third. So consistency and wins and a good pedigree to boot. She's the daughter of Into Mischief.
I agree. I put her in the top 3 for sure. There are a lot of horses who just don't fire their best shot at Kentucky Downs, and I didn't think that was her A game, but she still was only beaten 3 1/4 lengths against a super, super tough field. LJ's Emma can also be a beneficiary if some horses tangle with Sassy Nature on the front end, as she'll come running. She's a very honest, hard-trying filly who always gives good account of herself, and you give extra credit to the stakes winners on the turf for sure. But that said, the 5 is my second choice. Now at 5-2, the bettors gravitating toward her as well. Bling for Vicky Oliver was 3rd in that very tough Music City. And though she's never won a stakes race, she's been arguably competing against the toughest company of anybody in this field. She ran a very good 3rd in the Jessamine last year, and that field was top-notch. She's a little bit dependent on what happens in front of her as she does her best running, I think, in this situation from off the pace at 5.5 furlongs. But she's got one of the best on board in John Velasquez.
Got more on Bling that we'll save that information once we get front side, so make sure you stay listening to the coverage on the front side on Bling. Let's finally move over to the number 2 horse. That is Isabel Alexandra for Gustavo Delgado. She's another filly that's a sprint winner on turf. She was a winner at Horseshoe Indianapolis two starts ago. She ran in the Galway behind LJ's Emma, finishing 3rd that day. So at 12-1, it just speaks to the depth of these races at Keeneland. She's got phenomenal form, but she's 12-1. Ray Gutierrez will be in the saddle. She'll likely track off the pace, as we've seen from her before. But at 12-1, she would not be a surprise. But that's the great value that you get in wagering these races at Keeneland each and every spring and fall.
That's a filly that, though I didn't put my top 3, I definitely included on my turf pick 3. I think you want to spread in this race because you are eligible to get a very nice price home in a very competitive turf sprint.
Less than 15 minutes to post. Race number 5, start of the pick 6, start of the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. If you're looking to play the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, make sure that you ask for it by name and it lives as its own wagering event if you're using a self-service terminal. But race number 5, as we move close to the midway point of this opening day card, will come up in less than 14.
horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Speaker's Corner. An allowance for 3-year-old fillies, 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good, the rail at 10 feet. Scratch number 3, Murky. Also scratch the 7, Gatita Suave. And scratch the 12, Zapple. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6. Start also of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Post time at 7 minutes.
For race number 5, the winner of the Darley Best Turned Out Award is Guadalupe Becerra, the groom for number 6, Sassy Nature from the Doug O'Neill barn. Congratulations, Guadalupe, winner of the Darley Best Turned Out Award.
We're looking frontside at Condensation, the number 1 horse, with Chris Hartman sending this one out. He's looking for his 2nd win on the card and a good price, too. He's got Ortiz in the saddle. I thought that she made a nice appearance, the daughter of Frosted out there. Condensation worth considering here in race number 5, start of the pick 6.
Yeah, I noticed this one looked really good as well. I wondered where the competition fit as opposed to what she was facing in her most recent start. She won, though, the way you'd like a horse to win, and probably had something left in reserve. So that will serve her well if it transfers back to the turf. Her prior only turf try was nothing to write home about, but it was much earlier in her career.
I promised more info on the 5 front side. That is Bling, the number 5 horse for G. Watts Humphrey Jr. and Vicky Oliver. Vicky told me that they're using this race as a prep race for the Valley View Stakes later on in the meet. And the reason for running her here today is that she felt like she wasn't going to be able to keep her on the ground because she has so much energy coming into today. So they're using this as a prep for a stake later on in the meet. And she also commented that this may not be the ideal distance for this filly here today.
That was my concern with the 5 Bling, but she looks sensational. And I will say she had a legitimate excuse in the Grade 3 Music City against a tough group. Right at the start, she was kind of caught off mid-stride and ended up behind the field, which is not the way she likes to run. She's a horse who generally is close to the pace, doesn't have to be on the lead, but and in this race at 5.5 furlongs, I don't think she'll be on the lead. I don't think she's quite fast enough for that, but I thought it took her completely out of her game, and she still made good account of herself. Loved the way she looks on the track.
The 9 Determined Gesture for Matt Dorman's D. Hatman Thoroughbreds Phil Schoenthal, a practical joke filly that they paid $575,000 at the Keeneland September sale back in 2021. And she's got to be respected, too. She's a Virginia-certified filly. That's how she was able to beat that group at Colonial in that state-bred, restricted Virginia-certified race. And she did so stylishly. And she comes off of a Kentucky Downs run. And she's got Tyler Gaffalione, who's already got a win today with a good-priced horse.
You know, I didn't think she had the best of trips in the Music City either. This is a filly who trains at Fairhill with the rest of Phil Schoenthal's horses, and it gives them a really good foundation for turf races all across the country, especially true turf courses like what we have here at Keeneland. I think she's really going to appreciate it. She ran super at Colonial in a little bit easier competition, but I think she's up for the task. And if you look at Phil's horses overall, they tend to outrun their odds. So in hindsight, the price of the 9, 14-1 might seem like a gift.
And just quickly on the 8, Daring Do for the Lale Stables, Mr. and Mrs. Roy and Gretchen Jackson, Wesley Ward, he's looking for his second win today. Walter Rodriguez rides. He rides a lot for Wesley Ward, so you've got to consider that, or really not worry about that whatsoever. And this is a filly by Into Mischief from a Blame First Dam who's got the ability, and obviously we know Wesley Ward is so effective in turf sprints at Keeneland.
This filly has already proven she likes this course, and I'm really surprised that she's as cold on the board as she's been. Generally, Wesley's horses get bet with both fists. That hasn't been the case here, maybe because he was a little bit slower to start at the spring meet.
2 minutes to the post, race 5.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Speaker's Corner. Start of the Pick 6 and start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Two more to load. Bling moves into line. Now Stone Silent. They're at the post. They're off. Stone Silent went to her knees at the start. Sassy Nature comes out for the early lead. Stone Silent recovers quickly, moves up, forwardly placed on the outside into the second position. Daring Do will go in third. LJ's Emma Between Horses is in fourth, as Isabel Alexandra moves up 2 spots, fifth into third. Determined Jester is 4 wide in sixth. Onto the far turn, Cupid's Crush, then Bling next to last. Condensation trails 8 lengths off the lead after an opening quarter in 21.97 seconds. Sassy Nature leads it by 2 lengths around the far turn. Stone Silent is second, a half length. Daring Do third ahead, and Isabel Alexandra fourth down toward the inside, moving up into third, but they turn for home, and Sassy Nature has the lead by 3 lengths coming to the 8th pole. It is Sassy Nature in front, and then comes Isabel Alexandra from the inside. Bling is coming late. Now Bling has gone from next to last to third, is trying to draw alongside of Sassy Nature. Sassy Nature hanging tough. Bling is there. Bling gets there by a head on the wire for John Velasquez.
Well, that should set her up nicely for the Valley View at the end of the meet if they wish to carry on in that direction. What a brilliant run from Bling. She had the pace out in front of her. Sassy Nature, the 6, did her thing, but a little bit too quick and loses by a head in the end. And Bling, the Keeneland grad for Mr. G. Watts Humphrey Jr., comes away a winner here at Keeneland.
You know, at the start, the 11-stone Silent stumbled pretty badly, and that changed the complexion of the race. Sassy Nature on the lead, in command all the way, but Bling with a perfectly timed ride from Johnny Velasquez, his second win of the day.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. Number 5, Bling, was first. Number 6, Sassy Nature, was second. Number 2, Isabel Alexandra, third. Number 9, Determined Jester, fourth. 5-6-2-9, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 5th race, official 5-6-2-9. The official results in the winner's circle for race 5, the Speaker's Corner. Number 5, Bling, the winner, owned by G. Watts Humphrey Jr., trained by Victoria Oliver. 2 wins today for jockey John Velasquez. Bling, a 3-year-old filly by American Pharaoh, out of Blonde Bomber by Fort Larned, bred in Kentucky by Clarkland Farm, LLC. Keeneland September graduate gets 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good in 1 minute, 1.82 seconds. In the winner's circle, Elizabeth Massey presents the trophy for the Speaker's Corner to the Connections of Bling. Keeneland 6th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the late pick 5. Main track is fast, turf listed good. In race 6, take out the also eligibles 13 and 14. Did not draw into the race. No changes in race 7, none in race 8. 9th race featured Darley Alcibiades, scratch number 8, Emery. Featured 9th, scratch number 8, Emery. 10th and final race, scratch the 10, Golden Alchemist, scratch the 12, Point Me By, also scratch the 14, Wicked Finn, the 15, Cowboy Justice, and the 16, Luigi's Spirit. That's the 10th and final race, scratch number 10, Golden Alchemist, scratch the 12, Point Me By, also scratch 14, Wicked Finn, 15, Cowboy Justice, and 16, Luigi's Spirit. A reminder, number 13, Dracone, will run.
Already to race number 6 starts the always popular Late Pick 5, which includes the 3 stakes races we have today on opening day. We'll start with the number 3 horse, Carolina Candy. This is a nicely bred filly by Twirling Candy for Mulholland Springs and Hubert Vester, who's a full sister to Casa de Goat, who was a first out winner here at Keeneland April of 2022. So the pedigree is there, the precocity, quick workouts. Jack Gilligan rides for John Ennis. John Ennis is good with young horses. So at odds of 12-1, Kate, and I'll take my shot with the 3 horse Carolina Candy here in race number 6 with breeding and the training coming in.
You know, I just got a glimpse of her. She is a big, striking filly. I'm eager to see her out on the track. Right inside of her, the 2 Bourbon Breeze has been training up a storm in the morning, daughter of Omaha Beach, who has proven to be as precocious as a sire as he was a racehorse himself, producing a lot of win early runners. And Bourbon Breeze looked the part of a horse who's fit and ready and has a lot of long preparations gearing to this. I read Ortiz taking them out for for Riley Mott. And though Riley hasn't had a lot of first-time starters, this one looks like the type that could maybe get the job done right off the bat.
Let's go to the 12-horse Berlane, a filly by Congrats for Klein Racing, Richard Klein. This one named after his mother and father, Bert Klein and Elaine Klein. That's how you get Berlane. And she debuts for Brad Cox from an outside draw. And as you've said, Brad Cox, always one that you have to respect and oftentimes endorse in any racing anywhere in North America.
You know, Berlane was also the name of the Klein's farm, and the hope here is that this filly will be a keeper, one that they can continue to build on the tradition. Flavian Pratt taking the assignment here is a sign, as Brad has teamed up with him for a lot of successes. And the Turfway Park works over the synthetic don't concern me. We've seen quite a few of Brad's horses come over ready to run and run big races right off the bat, coming off that surface. So he's got runners at almost every division he's got horses at. He's 26% with his first-time starters. And I like the looks of this one as well, although I was thinking that the pedigree might suggest ability to go a little bit longer, too.
The 6 Plain Champagne 5-1. Now, she was beaten by Our Keepsake. That's the filly that ran earlier in race number 4 for Dwayne Lucas, and she ran a good race. So you've got to keep that in mind, and often you find that commonality as far as form in different races on a particular race card, and that, I think, upgrades this filly's opportunity here today for Tom Amis and Rocket Ship Racing.
Yeah, rounding out the top 3 for me, I went to another horse who had raced, but she raced on the turf. That was Tammy Lynn, the 9 for Spendthrift Farm. Filly was on the turf and ran very well to finish second, but she's by Distorted Humor out of an Orb mare, so you've got to believe that form might carry over. Sat kind of that stalking trip, which I think could be key in this race, as it's hard to know how much speed you're going to have here, but she certainly seems capable of placing herself forwardly.
She is the current favorite, the number 9 horse, Tammy Lynn for Spendthrift Farm, 2-1 on the board right now. Race number 6, less than 15 minutes to post. Start of today's Late Pick 5.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Nyquist, a maiden special weight 2-year-old fillies, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Take out the also eligibles 13 and 14 did not draw into the race. Double and pick 3 wagering started the late pick 5. Main track fast, turf good, post time in 6 minutes.
For this upcoming race number 6, the winner of the Darley Best Turned Out Award is Gabriel Garcia, groomed for number 1, Pour Some Wisdom, from the barn of Tim Ham. Congratulations, Gabriel Garcia, the Darley Best Turned Out Award winner. Horses on the track for the upcoming 6th race at Keeneland, and what a bunch. They were a little wild in the paddock, including the 2 Bourbon Breeze, but she is a beautiful filly. Boy, talk about legs for days. This filly has a presence about her, and she acts like she kind of knows what she's made of. Her workout tab's been very serious in the morning, a lot of fast works. Irad Ortiz Jr. getting the call here for Riley Mott, and as long as she keeps her manners here on the racetrack the way she has so far since she got out here, she looks like a very, very strong contender. The 8 Circling is another who was giving her connections a little bit of a hard time, but she has a very fast look about her, kind of that sprint-type speed build. Daughter of Munnings out of a Bernardini mare, has been tuning up at Fairhill and worked pretty quickly out of the gate in her most recent workout at the end of September. Johnny Velasquez looking for his 3rd winner of the afternoon. You want to keep an eye on this group as they get closer. A lot can happen in a short period of time, and they are youngsters out on the playground having a good time, and a good-looking group at that.
runs in the morning, we run after. He's like, you're always just like in chill moves. You're like, you're tired. You're just like, hanging out. Yeah.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, start of the late pick 5. Last 3 moving into line. Silvery Moon into the gate. Plain Champagne. Berlane comes forward. At the post. And they're off. Tammy Lynn quick into stride. Tammy Lynn right out for the lead. Pin up Betty. Carolina Candy moves through a crowd. Carolina Candy to the front now as Bourbon Breeze goes second to the inside. Say Cheese third up on the far outside. Pin up Betty is fourth. Tammy Lynn is now fifth between horses. Silvery Moon is sixth. Berlane is a wide seventh. Gold Del Mar is eighth. Plain Champagne is in ninth in between horses. Pour Some Wisdom 10th toward the inside. Circling is 11th. Easy Street is the distant trailer. They got the opening quarter in 22.4 seconds. Onto the far turn. They're bunching for the lead. Carolina Candy to the inside. Has the lead by just ahead. Pin up Betty. Tammy Lynn stack up to the outside. Say Cheese. 4 wide in 4th position around the far turn. Bourbon Breeze behind horses. Berlane has to swing out to the center of the track. Berlane and Circling go to the extreme outside. Off the far turn. They fan out to the center of the racetrack. Here comes Berlane. Tammy Lynn a short lead. Say Cheese between that pair. Pin up Betty back toward the inside. Circling is still in 5th. Bourbon Breeze is looking for running room in behind horses. Bourbon Breeze is trying to come through an opening right now. Bourbon Breeze takes to the outside. And once Bourbon Breeze found running room, it was all over. Bourbon Breeze wins it. Tammy Lynn was home second, close for third. Pin up Betty or Berlane for that third spot.
Well, the first crop of Omaha Beach, the stallion, they just continue to fly, and you'd be hard-pressed to find a better debut effort from a son or daughter of Omaha Breeze this year in 2023. And this filly, things were up against her as far as the setup and what she had to overcome, but once she got that room to work with, Caton, she made this look easy in the end.
Behind a wall of horses until the very last part of the race, all she needed was a little seam to slip through. Irad Ortiz Jr. getting her through, and she gets the win in impressive fashion here for Riley Mott.
Results are official for Keeneland's sixth race. 2:09:4:12, the official results for race 6. In the winner's circle for race 6, the Nyquist, the official winner, number 2, Bourbon Breeze, owned by Bourbon Lane Stable of Jamie Hill and Michael McMahon, Sherry Greenberg Racing of Sherry Greenberg, DeSales 85 Limited Liability Partnership of P.J. McCall, Rebel Racing LLC of David Walker, and also Brian K. Pinto, trained by Riley Mott, Irad Ortiz Jr., the winning jockey. Bourbon Breeze, a 2-year-old filly from the first crop by Omaha Beach, out of Malibu Pride by Malibu Moon, bred in Kentucky by Celicia Farm and Dr. Harmut Maluch. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 11.49 seconds. Results official. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Nyquist. Alexa Crament presents to the connections of Bourbon Breeze. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming. Race 7, start of the late pick 4. Double and pick 3 wagering also offered. Main track fast, turf good. No changes in race 7 and no changes in race 8. Featured 9th race, scratch number 8, Emery. Featured 9th, scratch number 8, Emery. 10th and final race, scratch 10, Golden Alchemist. Scratch 12, Point Me By. Scratch 14, Wicked Finn, 15, Cowboy Justice, and 16, Luigi's Spirit. It's in the 10th race, again, scratch 10, Golden Alchemist, scratch 12, Point Me By. Also scratch 14, Wicked Finn, 15, Cowboy Justice, and 16, Luigi's Spirit. A reminder, number 13 draws in. 13, Dracone Will Run.
is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Then beautiful, truly stunning. To the Breeders' Cup World Championship.
Race number 7 started the late pick 4 on opening day, and it starts the first of 3 stakes races, graded stakes races on opening day here at Keeneland. And I'm going to start with my top selection, Gulfstream Way, the number 4 horse for Norm Cassie. Nearly beat Bango on Bango's home track at Churchill Downs in the Louisville Thoroughbred Society Stakes back at the beginning, or mid-September, I should say. And boy, has he gotten good since they claimed him for $40,000. And this is not something new to the sprint division on the top end. We've seen so often Caton horses claimed turned into Grade 1 winners and Breeders' Cup winners in the past. So he's going good. I'm going to hopefully ride that wave here today as Gulfstream Way makes his second start at Keeneland. The only other time he's run, he went 7 furlongs and just barely got beat. But I think he's a better horse, different horse, better horse today. So I'll take a shot with Gulfstream Way. Ricardo Santana Jr. riding for Norm Cassie.
He's definitely been a gem of a claim, and certainly off of that last effort has to be respected. But the fact that Bango was able to beat him earns top marks from me. Bango has not had success here from limited opportunities at Keeneland in the past, but I thought he had excuses in both those instances. A bad gate break in the Perryville in 2020, and then in 2021 in the Commonwealth, he ran into a tough field, and he really wasn't at the peak of his form cycle at that time. Very different scenario this year as he comes in second start off of a layoff. It looks as if he's been freshened for the second half of the season. He was in really good form prior to that. And that last one in the Louisville Thoroughbred Society just adds to the ego as he looks for his 3rd consecutive win. I'm going to take him even though he is a short price in a very tough field.
He's made $1.4 million in his career. He has been one of the better sprinters in recent memory. So we'll see how he fares today at Keeneland. 9-5 right now on Bango, the number 7 horse. The 8 horse, Nakatomi, he loves it here at Keeneland. On the flip side of Bango, winless in 2 tries. This is a horse that's 3 for 4 lifetime, and a horse that we haven't seen in a couple of months. He found an allowance race, did Wesley Ward in these connections, Qatar Racing, and Mrs. Fitchery Hay. So the course form is there for this Son of Firing line.
He's second choice for me. Even 4-1 is pretty good, I think. With his late kick, he needs a little bit of luck. I think he'll have the pace to run at, though, and certainly the distance, 3/4 of a mile, has not been necessarily his strongest. But that said, I think he's in really good form coming off the layoff. I love that he's been freshened for this spot. Irad Ortiz looking for back-to-back wins, and Nakatomi capable with a little luck and a nice late kick on a course he really likes.
The number 2 horse, Manny Wah, he won the Stoll Keenon Ogden Phoenix last year at 17-1. Coming from off the pace. He hasn't run in 6 months. He comes in fresh. He's been working quickly. And you've got to respect the way that this horse runs at Keeneland and the freshness of him. Wayne Catalano, his trainer, telling me just a moment ago that basically that workout on the 23rd of September, in which he worked 57-1, was his prep race. He went so fast. That was the prep race. He galloped out in 10 and change, a very quick workout. He also said if he runs the way that he worked the other day, we'll be standing over in the turf course in the winner's circle for this Stoll Keenon Ogden Phoenix.
You know, Corey Lannery, rather, his rider, has been aboard him a lot, but he doesn't ride a lot for Wayne Catalano, though they two have traveled the same roads for a long time. And I think it's poetic justice. He was aboard last year in the Phoenix as Corey looks for his 5,000th career win. If it could happen here on this track and this spot with Maniwa, what a performance it would be. I look to Sibelius right to his outside. To me, the closers are a little up against it in this group, going 3/4 of a mile, and Sibelius certainly has speed. His last wasn't good, but he got some time off 2 months away. He has won over this track before, and I think he can rebound here, particularly if he can get a good, clean break and not face tremendous pressure. I think Bango and a couple others could be close to him, but to me, he is the speed of the speed if he fires his best shot fresh.
What a great renewal of the Stoll Keenon Ogden Phoenix Stakes. And just a prime example of that is the winner of this race last year, the two-horse Maniwa. He sits at 11-1 on the tote board, looking to defend his title. But Bango holding strong is the favorite, the number 7 horse for Greg Foley and Tamaroke Partners. He's the 9-5 favorite. Stakes action coming up next here at Keeneland, starting with the Stoll Keenon Ogden Phoenix.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, 171st running of the Stoll Keenon Ogden Phoenix, a Grade 2 and a win in your end for the Breeders' Cup Sprint Division. 3-year-olds and up 6 furlongs over the fast main track. No changes. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Post time at 6 minutes. Let's meet the starters for the Stoll Keenon Ogden Phoenix. Number 1, Hoist the Gold, owned by Dream Team 1 Racing Stable of James Culver. Dallas Stewart trains, John Velasquez rides. Number 2 is Manny Waugh, owned by Susan Moulton, trained by Wayne Catalano, jockey Corey Lannery. Number 3, Sibelius, owned by June Park and Delia Nash, trained by Jeremiah O'Dwyer with Luis Saez, the jockey. Gulfstream Way is number 4, owned by Keeber Racing LLC of Rick Keeber, trained by Norm Cassie, the jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. 5, Top Gunner, owned by 4G Racing LLC of Brent Gazaway, trained by John Ortiz, the jockey Gabriel Saez. 6, Necker Island, owned by the Share Boys, Wayne Share, trained by Chris Hartman, jockey Flavian Pratt. 7, Bango, races for Tamaroke Partners LLC, Fred and Debbie Schwartz, trained by Gregory Foley, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Nakatomi, number 8, Qatar Racing LLC of Sheikh Fahad Al Thani. Mrs. Fitri Hay also owns Nakatomi, which is trained by Wesley Ward and ridden by Irad Ortiz Jr. Dr. Oscar is number 9, owned by Peter Matson, trained by Tim Padilla. Alonso Quinones is up. Baytown Bear, the 10, races for McEntee Racing Incorporated. Paul McEntee, he's the trainer. The jockey, Jane Elliott. Number 11, Voodoo Zip, owned by Nicole Droder, trained by Radina Barrett. The jockey, James Graham. Post time, less than 5 minutes.
And the winner of the Stoll Keenon Ogden Phoenix Best Turned Out Award is Alex Garcia from the Norm Cassie Barn, the groom for number 4, Gulfstream Way. Congratulations, Alex Garcia, Best Turned Out Award winner.
Well, there's a look at the defending champion, Manny Waugh, just a happy horse out on the racetrack. And that's another thing, Caton, that trainer Wayne Catalano said to me about this horse. He's a clocker pick, that fast workout coming in. But the thing that Wayne said is that when he was out on the farm taking a break, he just wasn't happy being on the farm. He wanted to be back at the racetrack. And we hear that from a lot of trainers and connections with horses. They're so accustomed to being here. It's a better environment for them. So he's back to his happy place, the racetrack, and back to a place in which he's tasted quite a bit of success.
He couldn't look any better. Looked absolutely glowing from tip to toe. And out on the track, you can see him looking like a show horse with his head bowed and just strutting his stuff, striding out beautifully. Looks every bit as good as he did last year when he won this race. And certainly if it's judged on looks, you've got to give some top honors to a horse who's been training exceptionally well in the morning, getting high marks from the clockers, and putting in the best of the morning workouts here at Keeneland.
The number 7 horse, Bango, it's been a while since he stepped into the graded stakes company. He's run 10 times against stakes company and won allowance race. If you go back to Churchill of 2023 when he was a winner that day over a nice horse named South Bend. But we also have to keep in mind the step up in competition that he's taking here today into this grade 2.
He is indeed, and it's a step he hasn't been successful at in the past through limited opportunities, but I feel like he's a better horse now than he's ever been, and has been campaigned a little bit differently with perhaps the second part of the season in mind. He was very calm and laid back, kind of nondescript in the paddock, but the minute the attack came on and the rider got on, he came to life, and I love to see that from a seasoned pro, hoping he can reverse the trend in his previous appearances here at Keeneland, where he hasn't fared as well. He is the public's choice, looking for his third consecutive victory and his biggest to date.
And then Necker Island, let's move there. The number 6 runner for Chris Hartman. He was a stakes winner at Ellis in an off-the-turf event a few races back. He was the 3rd horse in the Louisville Thoroughbred Society Stakes in his most recent start, so 3rd behind both Bango and Gulfstream Way in that stake.
You know, he came running late, and you just weren't going to catch the horses who were forwardly placed in this one. I'm not sure he's going to be able to do it again here, but he looked so good, so bright, even better than I thought he looked in the Louisville Thoroughbred Society, a horse who's just glistening and coming to life here. Another hard knocker, too, at the age of 6, but he's earned over $1 million, kind of doing it the hard way. He'll need luck and a good setup, but I think he, as appearances are any judge, is poised for a big effort.
An automatic berth on the line for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Thanks to the Breeders' Cup Challenge Series winning, you're in for the Sprint Division. It's the Grade 2 Stoll, Keenon, Ogden, Phoenix next at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, 171st running of the Stoll Keenon Ogden Phoenix Grade 2. A win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint Division. Start of the late pick 4. Dr. Oscar goes in. Voodoo Zip, last one. They are at the post. They're off in the Stoll Keenon Ogden Phoenix. There goes Bango. There's Dr. Oscar. Nakatomi comes away running in 3rd. Gulfstream Way. Then Sibelius, who moves up from 5th, along with Hoist the Gold, moves up from 6th down toward the inside. Manny Wah is away running in 7th. Down toward the rail, trying to pick his way through some traffic. Baytown Bear, 3 wide in the 8th position. Top Gunner between horses is in 9th. Necker Island is in the 10th position. And Voodoo Zip, last of the 11. Back up front, Dr. Oscar outside. Sibelius inside. They contest the lead. Hoist the Gold to close 3rd. 21.79 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Then a gap of 4 more lengths. Manny Wah is 4th toward the inside. Bango is 5th alongside of that one. Now that pair both about 5 lengths from the front, a quarter mile to go. Nakatomi angles wide from the 6th position. They turn for home. Sibelius has a narrow lead. Dr. Oscar Hoist the Gold swings up on the outside, and Bango. And then Nakatomi. Hoist the Gold has the lead. Manny Wah is in tight toward the rail behind horses. Can't move forward. Deep stretch, Hoist the Gold, Nakatomi, Bango between horses, Hoist the Gold, Nakatomi, Bango in between horses, Hoist the Gold, wins it. John Velasquez, a riding triple.
Hoist the Gold able to hold off the challenge of Bango to his outside, and a huge effort for the son of Mineshaft for Dallas Stewart and Dream Team 1 Racing. Johnny Velasquez aboard as he was able to sustain that bid late and finish up the final time in 109 and 13/100.
Horse who always loves this racetrack and brings his A game. Johnny Velasquez with his 3rd winner of the afternoon and able to sit a little closer than he has been in his previous races certainly makes all the difference in the world. Kind of hard luck trip for Manny Wah.
Photo for play, sold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 1, Hoist the Gold, was first. Number 8, Nakatomi, second. Number 7, Bango, third. Number 6, Necker Island, fourth. 1-8-7-6, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 7th race official, 1-8-7-6, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's 7th race, taking the 171st running of the Stoll Keenon Ogden Phoenix Grade 2. A win in your end for the Breeders' Cup Sprint Division. Number 1, Hoist the Gold. Owned by Dream Team 1 Racing Stable of James Culver, the trainer Dallas Stewart, the jockey John Velasquez for his 3rd win on the card. Hoist the Gold, a 4-year-old son of Mineshaft out of tacit approval by Tappet, bred in Kentucky by Dream Team Racing. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 9.13 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the Stoll Keenon Ogden Phoenix, a win and you're in Breeders' Cup Sprint Division race. Presenting the trophy on behalf of Stoll Keenon Ogden are Bill Lear, Sarah Reeves, and Chapman Hopkins. Joining them, Dr. Yvonne Giles, local historian representing Phoenix Rising, a grassroots organization dedicated to preserving, promoting, and honoring the vast contributions of African-American horsemen in establishing the bluegrass as the horse capital of the world through its educational, public, and social activities.
Hoist the gold, hoist the Phoenix Stakes, Stoll Keenon Ogden Phoenix Stakes for Dallas Stewart and Johnny Velasquez. How was the journey for you away from the gate with this horse getting in that position?
Well, Dal and I talked about in the paddock, and I watch his races, and it seems like when he's close to the pace, he's much better. And I told him, I'm going to come out of there. If I'm third, at least third, I think we'll have a really good chance. I probably did it a little too much at first, sitting of a mile. And then I decided not to go with Will Stewart. And I got him back a little bit. Once I got him back and I got behind those two horses, I was in a great position where I thought I wanted to be. But I almost messed up a little bit. I asked him a little too much the first 16 of a mile. And after that, it was pretty easy, though.
Congratulations, Johnny.
Thank you, guys.
Dallas, did you think he was overdoing it a bit early in the race?
Hey, listen, when you show up with a nice horse and a jock that's won 5 grade ones for you, you got a lot of confidence. I didn't worry about a thing down the backside. It played out perfect. He got him out. The horse loves this track. He came home good, so we know where we're going November 4th.
Back west.
Back west.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here. It's a great day. We got a great thing going with horse racing. We just got to keep rolling.
Absolutely. Dallas Stewart hoists the gold. Johnny Velasquez taking the Grade 2 Stoll Keenon Ogden Phoenix and securing a spot in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Thank you.
Keeneland's 8th race upcoming. The Grade 2 Jessamine, presented by Keeneland November, a win and you're in Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf Division event. No changes in race 8. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Looking ahead to the 9th race, the featured Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades, scratch number 8 Emery. That's in the featured 9th, scratch number 8 Emery. 10th and final race, scratch number 10 Golden Alchemist, scratch the 12 Point Me By. Also scratch 14, Wicked Finn, 15, Cowboy Justice, and 16, Luigi's Spirit. That's in the 10th and final race. Scratch number 10, Golden Alchemist. Scratch the 12, Point Me By. Also scratch 14, Wicked Finn, 15, Cowboy Justice, and 16, Luigi's Spirit. A reminder, number 13, Dracone, will run. 13, Dracone draws into the race.
The graded stakes action continues here at Keeneland. Race number 8 is the Grade 2 Jessamine Stakes presented by Keeneland November. And Tupi, the number 5 horse, is the current favorite at odds of 7-2, a lukewarm favoritism in this race, which should be a wide open event, as the tote board is telling us. The number 4 horse, Crown Imperial, is where I land. 7-1 for John Ortiz. Classic Empire filly, I should say, that has one win last time out on turf. In her previous run, she was running while sprinting. She stretched out to 6.5 furlongs. I think with her pedigree and that 6.5 furlong win at Kentucky Downs and the Untappable Stakes, Kate, and I don't think it'll be a problem going 2 turns for her here today with Ricardo Santana Jr. in the saddle.
Well, I agree with you on that point, and I would also add that she deserves respect in this field. But my reason for fading her just a little bit, I placed her 3rd in this group, was the fact that she got an absolutely perfect setup last time and got space everywhere she needed it. Very fast pace early, set up for someone who was coming on late, and even though that bucked the trend, I think she was able to take advantage of the situation. I don't know that she'll get the same type of setup here, but that said, she's a pretty consistent and talented filly that you definitely have to put in your top 3.
Time to Dazzle, the number 2 horse, your top pick, my 3rd choice, 1 for 1 in her career. She won going a mile at Woodbine, but you've got to remind yourself that Woodbine turf course, it's so big. They run a 1-turn mile on the turf, but she was very, very good in doing so. The daughter of Not This Time, the Keeneland grad, the 2-time to Dazzle.
There was some give in the ground that day, similar to what we have today with the turf course listed good. I thought she was fighting the turf in the early stages of the race, but once she leveled off, she made a long, extended bid and was just getting into her best stride at the finish here, racing against herself pretty much. I thought it was a very professional debut effort. She was an expensive Keeneland September yearling, which tells you that she probably has the looks to go along with the pedigree. And like everything that I'm seeing from her, as well as that first race out, 4-1, she's getting a little support as well.
I'll give a look to the number 7 horse, Bella Hayes, for Carlos Santamaria, a filly by Flame Away from that first crop, as they have done very good this year, the sons and daughters of Flame Away. But she moved over to the grass and took right to it at Kentucky Downs, finishing 2nd in the juvenile fillies over there, going a mile. Now 2 turning at the mile distance. We'll see how she fares, but I think you've got to respect her in and amongst this very wide open event.
Yes, she certainly put together good back-to-back races on dirt as well as turf. I do think she took advantage of the way the course was playing and made the most of it last time out, but that doesn't mean she doesn't have the ability. For my 3rd choice, or one of my top choices rather, I went to the inside, the one Smooth Waves, who is right now 10-1 on the board, despite a very impressive 9.25 length win at Kentucky Downs going a mile. She was expected to perform well, but the way she drew off tells me that maybe she really wants even more ground than what she might even be getting today. I really think if any horse was bred for this particular spot today, it's her by English Channel out of a Kitten's Joy mare, and she's been progressively getting better with each start. I'm hoping it wasn't just a horse for course on that day at Kentucky Downs and that it was sort of a breakthrough light bulb performance.
And sons and daughters of English Channel, that champion who stood for so long next door at Calumet Farm, they just tend to get better with age. So it's very encouraging to see that an English Channel filly has done so well as a 2-year-old and should just continue to get it better with each and every start and year that passes by. She's 10-1 on the board right now. Race number 8 started the late pick 3. It's the Grade 2 Jessamine Stakes presented by Keeneland November.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, 33rd running of the Jessamine, presented by Keeneland November. Grade 2 and a win in your end, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf Division race. 2-year-old fillies at 1 mile and a 16th over the turf listed good, the rail at 10 feet. No changes in race 8. Double and pick 3 wagering started the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Post time at 6 minutes. Now the post parade for the Jessamine, presented by Keeneland November. Number 1, Smooth Waves, owned by 3 Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, trained by Mike Maker, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 2, Time to Dazzle, owned by Tracy Farmer, trained by Mark Cassie, the jockey Luis Saez. 3, Moonlight Gambler, owned by Robert Shadle, trained by Ben Colebrook, the jockey Luan Machado. 4, Crown Imperial, owned by 4G Racing LLC of Brent Gazaway, trained by John Ortiz, jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. 5, Tupi, owned by Wertheimer and Frere, Alana Gerard Wertheimer, trained by Graham Motion, jockey Flavian Pratt. Abeyance, number 6, Races for Godolphin LLC, Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Owen Hardy, jockey James Graham. 7, Bella Hayes, owned by Chris Curtis, trained by Carlos Santamaria, Joel Rosario to ride. 8, Pharaoh's Wine, owned by William Pasella, Nancy Deloney, Frank Shoup, trained by Dale Romans, jockey Martine Chawan. 9, Appellate, owned by Medallion Racing of Philip Shelton, owned also by Omar Aldaba, Commonwealth, Brian Toxtater, and Chase Chamberlain. Owned as well by Mark Stanton, Barry Fowler, and others. The trainer is Todd Pletcher, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 10, Buku, races for Rigney Racing LLC, Richard Rigney. Trainer Philip Bauer, jockey Martin Garcia. Esternia, number 11, owned by Randy Patterson, Sam Vogel, and owned also by trainer Randy Morse, the jockey Julien Leperoux. 3 minutes to post.
The winner of the Keeneland November Jessamine Best Turned Out Award is Roberto Ambris from Phil Bauer's barn, the groom for number 10, Buku. Congratulations, well done, Roberto Ambris, the Keeneland November Jessamine Best Turned Out Award winner.
There's a look at Smooth Waves in the 3 Diamonds Farm Silks. Tyler Gaffalione carrying them here today for Mike Maker, looking to go back-to-back in her career. And as we've touched on, a filly that has gotten a lot better in her last 2 starts as she gets ready for her first graded stakes test in the Jessamine presented by Keeneland November.
You know, Scott, it was little improvement, and then all of a sudden, big improvement. Now, you wonder, was it the course that she just took to, or is she just putting it all together? But looking at her physically, she's absolutely glowing. She was sharp and eager from the moment she walked into the paddock and continues to warm up. Head's just a little high, but it's just because I think she's excited to be out on the track. Looks very full of herself and really captured my eye as far as her presence was concerned. She moves way up based on how she's appearing today.
The 10, Buku, Martin Garcia, and Phil Bauer for Richard Rigney and Rigney Racing. They were co-leading owners over at the Churchill September meet, was Rigney Racing. One of the things Phil Bauer said to me about this filly just yesterday or in days leading up to this race, is the relationship that Martin Garcia and this filly have together. He's loved her from day one. He rode her on debut. He was on board her for her maiden-breaking win at Churchill Downs prior to that last race. And he even commented on her race 2 starts back where Tyler Gaffalione said that if she would have had a clean trip, she would have been right there 1-2 in the end. So the good relationship going with Martin Garcia and Buku, the Justify filly for Rigney Racing, a homebred for Rigney Racing, as she sets up for the Jessamine.
And she really has a turfy look about her. Really, it caught my eye from that regard. She's by Justify, whose horses have really excelled on the turf, and she just has a way about her that's very regal.
Let's go to the 6-horse Abeyance for Godolphin, homebred for Godolphin, a American Pharaoh filly. Owen Hardy conditioned her, broke her maiden in her first try on turf, going gate to wire at Horseshoe Indianapolis with James Graham in the saddle that day, and James Graham right back to rider today in this grade 2.
You know, I don't think that she has to have the lead. I think she just inherited it because nobody wanted it, and she was that much the best that day. Obviously, much tougher test today, but she has that look about her as well as a filly who's just starting to come to hand. I think at a huge price, she's one that you might consider because she did everything right last time around, and she's been very professional and a very good-looking individual as well.
Just about post time for the Jessamine, presented by Keeneland November.
Horses have reached the starting gate and are moving into line for Keeneland's 8th race, 33rd running of the Jessamine, presented by Keeneland November. Appellate moves into line. Now Buku. Here's Esternia at the post. Abeyance, fractious in the gate, now settles down. Off in the Jessamine, presented by Keeneland November, and it was Time to Dazzle, quick into stride. Likewise, Bella Hayes. Bella Hayes moves up, now takes the lead. Esternia moves up with her into the second position as they head for the first turn. Tupi pretty keen to go on here early on, moves up third between horses, followed by Time to Dazzle, who's now fourth. Down toward the inside, Pharaoh's Wine is fifth. Abeyance is sixth. Pharaoh's Wine's going to be wide into the first turn, and then further back, Crown Imperial is seventh against the rail. Saves some ground there, but 8 lengths off the lead. Appellate moves by from 8th on her outside as they hit the back stretch. And then Buku, who travels in the 9th position. Smooth Waves in 10th, and Moonlight Gambler last of the 11. 22.84 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Bella Hayes the leader. Bella Hayes against the rail. Esternia to the outside. Half length separates the top 2. And then Time to Dazzle right behind that pair. Slides down toward the rail in third, 3/4 of a length. Tupi is fourth, up on the outside by a length. Abeyance toward the center of the pack is in fifth, 5 from the front as they head for the far turn. And then Pharaoh's Wine, it was 47.37 seconds, the time for that first half mile. Bella Hayes toward the inside, Esternia from the outside. That's the lead battle midway on the final turn, and they're separated by a half length. And then comes Time to Dazzle. Now, Time to Dazzle has moved off the rail. That leaves room at the rail for Abeyance. She's still fourth, still 4 from the front. Time to Dazzle has to swing wide off the far turn, and they turn for home. Bella Hayes with the lead. Esternia, Abeyance up the inside. Time to Dazzle on the outside, and then comes Buku down the center of the course. Buku and Crown Imperial, who's down tight toward the inside in fourth. Buku has the lead. Buku, what a tremendous stretch rally. Buku, Martin Garcia to win the Jessamine, presented by Keeneland November.
What a performance from a top-flight 2-year-old filly, Buku. Different circumstances than what we saw from her last time out at Churchill Downs when she had an inside draw and more forward position. It did not matter that she was drawn outside and was further back. She kicked clear easily in the Jessamine Stakes with Martine Garcia.
Maybe the position even helped her chances as she was in the clear and smooth sailing all the way to the finish. Talk about a good relationship between jockey and horse. Buku effort from Buku.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. The Jessamine, presented by Keeneland November. Number 10, Buku, finished first. Number 8, Pharaoh's Wine, second. Number 4, Crown Imperial, third. And number 7, Bella Hayes, fourth. 10-8-4-7, unofficial. On the turf course, winner of race 8, 33rd running of the Jessamine, presented by Keeneland November Grade 2, and a win in your end Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf Division race. Number 10, Buku, owned by Rigney Racing LLC of Richard Rigney, Phil Bauer trains, and Martine Garcia rides. The official winner of race 8. Results are official. Buku, a 2-year-old filly by Justify, out of Flowering Peach by Galileo, bred in Kentucky by Rigney Racing LLC. 1 minute 42.48 seconds for the mile and a 16th over the turf. Listed good. Again, results official 10-8-4-7. Now the trophy presentation for the Jessamine, presented by Keeneland November, a win and you're in Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf Division race. Representing Keeneland November, Tony Lacey and Cormac Brannick.
Buku dazzles in the Jessamine, presented by Keeneland November for Rigney Racing, Philip Bauer, and Martine Garcia. Last time out, she was down on the inside of Churchill. She had more forward position. What was it like breaking from that outside draw, though, here today, Martine?
Well, the last time she was a little fresh. She was, inside, and today I have a really good position, and I know that it was going to be plenty speed, and I just let him break and relax, and the first turn, I just take it easy and take him back. And she relaxed in the backside. And then the 516, I just take him out. And then I ask him to go. And I just only can see is going behind horses. I was like, I'm going to win. And, she's a phenomenal filly. She's learning. And we won again. And well, thank you to the trainer and honor. And, of course, the filly. She's a superstar.
She looks like a star, no question. Well done, Martine.
Thank you.
Phil, you said that Martine Garcia and this filly have a relationship. He's loved her from day one. What is it about Martine and this filly that get on so well?
I think sometimes horses for courses, maybe riders for horses. So he really has a lot of credit for developing this filly. He got on her from 3 all the way forward and decided to keep his tack in Kentucky. So when we went to New York, Tyler jumped aboard, and Mother Nature kind of got in our way with the first start, and then a trouble trip with the second one up there with Tyler. So he didn't do anything wrong, but he was out of town when she ran back, and we knew Martine loved her, and he hopped back aboard of her last breeze before her maiden win, and we were confident going in that, as we were a few others. But racing, you need some luck to go with you. So just overwhelmed and extremely happy for Mr. Rigney to go to the Breeders' Cup 2 years in a row, and now with one that he bred. It's pretty fun.
Can't wait to see you out in California. Congratulations.
Thank you. Cue the mamas and the papas. We're California dreaming.
Let's roll. Buku takes it and punches her ticket to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf.
Keeneland's featured ninth upcoming starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. 72nd running of the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. Win on your end for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Division. Scratch the 8 Emery. Scratch number 8 Emery. Track is fast. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. 10th and final event. Scratch number 10 Alchemist. Scratch the 12 Point Me By. Scratch 14 Wicked Finn, 15 Cowboy Justice, and 16 Luigi Spirit. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch the 10, Golden Alchemist. Scratch the 12, Point Me By. Scratch 14, Wicked Finn, 15, Cowboy Justice, and 16, Luigi's Spirit. A reminder, number 13, Will Run, 13, Dracone, draws into the race.
Time for our Grade 1 on opening day at Keeneland. It's the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades, 2-year-old fillies looking to move on to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies at Santa Anita, but first pick up a Grade 1, and always an important Grade 1 here at Keeneland on opening weekend, this being opening day. We'll start with the number 5 horse, Vivi's Dream, who has moved into the co-favorite role. Now 3-2 on the board is what she sits. Vivi's Dream, a talented filly. We've seen it from her in all 3 of her starts. She was beaten by Brightwork, one of her main foes in here at Ellis Park in the debutante, but boy, did she strut her stuff in the Grade 3 Pocahontas last time out, as she won by 8 3/4 of a length. And Kenny McPeak knows a little something about winning a Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades here at Keeneland.
He does indeed. I think that's in part why she's favored at this point over her main rival, Brightwork. But I have a lot of respect for Vivi's Dream and really feel that if there is a threat, she's the one to my top choice. Vivi's Dream, commanding performance in the Pocahontas, and you just wonder if she duplicates it. But boy, she's done everything right up till now. The horse that has to take that step forward that I think might be capable of it, though, is the 3 Candied. Going to be my top choice here for Todd Pletcher. She's a filly that just seemed destined to run around 2 turns by Candy Ride out of Roaring Fever Mare. And looking at her, she's feeling very, very good. She's got a big frame and looks like maybe she was under a little pressure to be able to handle the 3/4 of a mile. I would keep an eye on her and see how she behaves once she gets the rider on her back. She can be a little bit of a handful. She's also very green. This is only her 2nd career start, but in her debut, she didn't switch leads. She kind of gave Luis Saez a little bit of a hard time through the stretch so far as running straight and true, and yet was able to win in spite of all that in what I thought was a pretty impressive performance. So those are things that I think can be worked on, and Louis knows her very, very well, so it's a good fit here for Candied.
There is one Grade 1 winning filly in this group in the Darley Alcibiades. That is the number 7 horse, Brightwork, who continues to outperform expectations from a handicapping and wagering perspective. She's unbeaten. She's 4 for 4 in her career. She won the Grade 1 Spinaway, but she's not been favored in any one of her races, but she has not lost any of her races. You cannot question this filly's ability. She's a multiple graded stakes winner, Grade 3 winner, Grade 1 winner, both of those coming at Saratoga. And now she gets to stretch out to 2 turns for the first time. And if you're looking at pedigrees, she has it to go further. She's by Outwork, a Grade 1 Wood Memorial winner from a Malibu Moon first dam. We'll see how she fares today, as this will be her stiffest test to date, around 2 turns.
You know, she is perfect in 4 starts and hard to knock as far as what she's accomplished against very good company. I wonder if she's going to be as good at longer distances as she has been in those sprints. But that said, the adage as far as gambling is concerned is not taking a short price on a horse, trying something for the first time. And in this case, the distance is the first time for her. That's what makes me just a little leery as far as the 8-5 odds are concerned. But you certainly can't knock her body of work overall, or the possibility that she could put another one on her resume.
Shimmering Allure, the number 9 horse, for Kenny McPeak, his other runner that he has in the Darley Alcibiades. She's just being saddled up right now. Daughter of Entice. She's a winner in her most recent start, going the 1-turn mile at Churchill Downs. I think you got to respect her. She is currently sitting at 17-1. We've seen plenty of these fillies drawn to the outside with the first wire finish, hit their stride, get positioned in the first turn, and do big things in races like the Darley Alcibiades. And Kenny McPeak is quoted as saying, this is a workman-like filly, which certainly can be very, very useful in route races.
And if I'm going to round out my trifecta, the 6 Alpine Princess stretching out by Classic Empire seems to be the type that could handle added distance, was able to break her maiden in kind of workmanlike fashion at Saratoga. Brad Cox originally had 2 entered here, opted to just stand with the 1, perhaps because he thinks 1 is enough here. But his average with horses stretching out from sprints, better than 27%, and in general has done some fine work with 2-year-olds at Keeneland in the fall.
The Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades is next, less than 9 minutes to post as these fillies make their way to the next position here in the paddock, and those final adjustments being made on the 9 Shimmering Allure in the saddling stalls here at Keeneland. Good luck. Grade 1 event kicks off the late double here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured ninth race, 72nd running of the Darley Alcibiades Grade 1. Winning your end for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Division. 2-year-old fillies at a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch number 8, Emery. Again, scratch the 8, Emery. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Post time in less than 5 minutes. Now the post-parade for the Darley Alcibiades, number 1, Alice Beach, owned by Greg Tramonton, trained by Tom Amos, the jockey Flavian Pratt. 2, Crazy Cammy, owned by Nice Guys Stables LLC of Steve Spielman, trained by Mike Maker, the jockey Gerardo Corrales. 3, Candide, owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, trained by Todd Pletcher, the jockey Luis Saez. 4, Wine on Tap, owned by MKW Racing of James Gregg Williams, trained by Todd Pletcher, the jockey John Velasquez. 5, VV's Dream, owned by MJM Racing of Michael J. Mackin, owned by Magdalena Racing of Sherry McPeak and others, trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. 6, Alpine Princess, owned by Full of Run Racing 2 LLC of Dan Glick, owned by Madaket Stables LLC, Saul Kuhlman. Trainer Brad Cox, jockey Florent Giroux. 7, Bright Work, races for WSS Racing LLC of William Simon, trained by John Ortiz, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 8 is Scratch. 9 is Shimmering Allure, owned by Walking L Thoroughbreds LLC of Scott Leeds. The trainer Kenny McPeak, jockey Julian Leperoux. Post time in less than 3 minutes.
The winner of the Darley Best Turned Out Award for the Darley Alcibiades is Carlos Ibarra from the Kenny McPeak stable, the groom for number 9, Shimmering Allure. Congratulations, well done, Carlos Ibarra, the Darley Best Turned Out Award winner.
Let's look at this group as they warm up for the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. We'll start with the 1, Alice Beach for Tom Amos. Tom just telling me, Caton, that in the spin away she took a lot of dirt. She just didn't like that. So they're hoping that this inside draw and some forward position will put herself in a better spot, or hopefully she can put herself in that better spot. And a daughter of Omaha Beach from a Bernardini first dam. Certainly the pedigree speaks to longer races, not hopefully being a problem for these connections.
You know, when you look at her physically, you think she absolutely wants to run 2 turns. Just a beautiful, very leggy filly. And if you go back to her debut at Saratoga, she showed some ability as well, breaking her maiden at first asking against a pretty solid group. So I thought that she was one I wanted to throw on my tickets based on what I was seeing from her.
The 3, Candide, 1 for 1 in her career, steps up in competition in a big way, and Aaron Wellman, who manages the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, understands the test that they've put in front of this filly. He also mentioned to me this morning about how she was a bit stubborn in switching her leads in that win that she put together on the 20th of August, but he said Luis Saez never overworked that situation when she was let her stay on that lead, and it was doing well. And he says Luis Saez does so well in those situations with horses that don't particularly want to switch leads. But they immediately targeted the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades after that maiden special weight victory on the 20th of August.
You know, I think she has a world of ability, talent. She's another big, lanky filly who definitely seems like she's going to be better suited to the 2 turns. The other part of that, as far as the leads are concerned and even the greenness, is that sometimes horses that are better suited to the longer distances are under a lot of pressure and react because of it in the sprint distances, whereas this way she can kind of relax in the early stages of the race and be a little bit more focused and have more time to correct anything that might occur in a her warm-up, she's got her head up. She's been away from the pony, and she's taking everything in, so she's warming up a lot like she ran last time, in that she still has a ways to go as far as maturity is concerned. But that said, she has a world of talent that may well be able to compensate for it.
And just quickly on one more runner in here, the number 6 horse, Alpine Princess. She is stretching out to 2 turns for the first time, but her pedigree is much like so many of these others in here. Bred for it. Classic Empire on top, curling on the dam side.
Snorting and breathing fire when she came out of the paddock onto the racetrack. She looks like the real deal.
It is just about post time as these fillies are just about at the starting gate for the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's featured 9th race, 72nd running of the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades Win and You're In Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Division. Candide moves into line. Awaiting Wine on Tap and Shimmering Allure. Alpine Princess backed out, now cleared to move back into line. Shimmering Allure comes forward. First wire at the post. They're off in the Darley Alcibiades. There goes Bright Work. Alice Beach is there to the inside, then Candide, but Bright Work moves up, has the early lead as they head down into the first turn. It is Bright Work outward from the rail. Alice Beach there to the inside. Candide in third. VV's Dream is close but wide. In fourth around the first turn. Crazy Cammy saves the ground in fifth down toward the rail. Wine on Tap is a bit hard to handle here in the turn. Tries to settle down 3 wide around the turn. Back in the 6th position. Alpine Princess is 7th up on her outside. And a gap of 2 more lengths back to Shimmering Allure. Ducked out at the start. Now drops out to last, but right there with the rest. rest as they move off the first turn. Opening quarter, 23.84 seconds. Up the backstretch they go. Alice Beach is the leader, only by 3/4 of a length. Bright Work, second a length. VV's Dream to her outside toward the center of the track in third. Crazy Cammy, long shot, fourth toward the rail, moves up 2 lengths off the lead. Wine on Tap is fifth on the outside of Candide, who's in sixth, 5 from the front, and then Alpine Princess Shimmering Allure to her inside the first half mile, 48.25 seconds. Alice Beach and Bright Work go at it for the lead onto the far turn, still separated by a neck, however. VV's Dream. Now she takes aim and moves up on the far outside as they move midway on the turn. Candide is moving up into fourth, still 5 from the front. There's a 1/4 mile to go. VV's Dream swings up on the far outside. Alice Beach is there toward the inside. Candide's going to swing wide. Candide out in the center of the racetrack. Bright Work is right there, a lane off the rail, but Candide rolls on up from the outside of VV's Dream into the final furlong of the Darley Alcibiades. Candide with the lead from VV's Dream in second. Alice Beach is third. Candide, VV's Dream, 1-2, deep stretch. Candide, Luis Saez wins the Darley Alcibiades. VV's Dream was home second, close for third. Alice Beach or Shimmering Allure, 1 minute 44.17 seconds.
She had to take a big step up based on the competition, but she did exactly that today in start 2 of her career. Candide, the daughter of Candy Ride, looking much the same from that debut effort. Caton did not really want to switch leads, but as we knew, Luis Saez knew how to handle that, and boy, did he handle it well as she picks up a grade 1 in start 2 of her career.
Boy, that wide, swooping move. She was running as fast around the turn as she was through the finish, but kicked into high gear, and yeah, there's a lot more where that came from with the fine-tuning that can happen. If that's green, I can't wait to see what happens when she puts it all together. VV's Dream running admirably in defeat, was always in the mix, in striking position, but just couldn't out-kick at the end.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth race. Number 3, Candide, finished first. Number 5, VV's Dream, was second. The 1, Alice Beach, third. And number 9, Shimmering Allure, fourth. 3-5-1-9, unofficial. Results of race 9 official, 3-5-1-9, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's featured 9th race, 72nd running of the Darley Alcibiades Grade 1 Win and You're In Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Division. Number 3, Candide, owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, the trainer Todd Pletcher, the jockey Luis Saez. Candide, a 2-year-old filly by Candy Ride out of Tony Tools by Roaring Fever, bred in Kentucky by the Buck Pond Farm Incorporated of Doug Arnold. 1 minute 44.17 seconds for the mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Now the trophy presentation for the Darley Alcibiades, a Win and You're In Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Division race. Representing Darley, Rusty Thompson, CFO of Godolphin, presents to the connections of Candide.
Candide remains perfect, 2 for 2 in her career as she takes the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades for the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, Todd Pletcher and Luis Saez. And Luis, she did sort of a similar thing as she did on her debut where she was kind of leaning in. Were you prepared for that as you spun for home?
Yeah, definitely. She's a filly that she's keep learning, and she have big future. For the first time when we get on her in the morning, we know she was pretty special. And, well, today she win this big race, so we're so grateful. And thanks to Mr. Topper. He always doing a great job with the horses and all the team.
How easy was it for her to relax going 2 turns for the first time?
Yeah, it was pretty easy. She ran a pretty professional race. We know the speed they're going to go, and that was the plan, to try to follow and give it a surprise in the top of the stretch.
Well done.
Thank you so much.
Todd, what type of young horse, especially 2-year-old filly, does it take to go from start one of their career to running against the depth that she did today in the Grade 1 Darcy Alcibiades and come out a winner?
Well, that was my biggest concern. I thought the filly had the talent to do it. I was just concerned about the seasoning, and several of the fillies in here that we had to beat today have had good, solid campaigns and just making her second start. But I tell you, she trained impressively before her debut, and then she just kept getting better afterwards, and she was finishing her works and galloping out like she wanted more ground. And I think, like Luis said earlier, he's been pretty high on her since the first day he worked her at Saratoga. So we're happy to see her meet expectations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Candide best here today in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades for the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners.
Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. The turf listed good, the rail at 10 feet. Toyota Super High 5 featured on race 10. Scratch number 10, Golden Alchemist. Also scratch the 12, Point Me By. Scratch 14, Wicked Finn. 15, Cowboy Justice. And 16, Luigi's Spirit. Again, scratch the 10, Golden Alchemist. Scratch the 12, Point Me By. Also scratch the 14, Wicked Finn, the 15, Cowboy Justice, and the 16, Luigi's Spirit. A reminder, number 13 will run. Number 13, Dracone, draws into the race.
The 10th and final on opening day is in front of us with less than 11 minutes to get those wagers in for race number 10. And we're looking at Boyce, the number 5 horse, who is the 5-2 favorite right now for Brendan Walsh, for these connections that bring her into this race off of a win at Kentucky Downs. Now, keep in mind, that was the first time that they added blinkers to this filly, and you can see that she's wearing those black blinkers once again here today, so that really did wake her up. And also that move over to Kentucky Downs over good ground off of a good run over yielding ground at Saratoga has to be encouraging for them, given that we've got good turf for her to work with here today.
I think she prefers some given the ground, but if you look at her record overall since coming to the United States, she's run well on a variety of surfaces. Without winning, she was second in a pretty tough race in her U.S. debut at Gulfstream. She came back and finished second on yielding ground at Saratoga, and then a very different type of course altogether at Kentucky Downs, listed good. The only day of the meet that it was anything other than firm. So Boyce gets the top pick for me, as I think he's done a bit more than anybody else in this field, and his last couple putting together 2 very good efforts. I love the fact that he goes from 7 furlongs at Kentucky Downs to a mile here. I think that is almost a lateral move as far as the distance is concerned, but has several in here that he's going to have to compete with.
Let's go to the number 9 horse, Chasing the Crown, for trainer Mike Maker, Paradise Farms, and others. Skipshot Colts, who has yet to really run a bad race in his career. Outside of his debut, where he's only beaten a length and a half, finishing 4th, he's finished in the top 3 each and every time that he has run. So the consistency is there. He's 5-2 right now, as he'll be going out to a mile off of the 7/8 run at Kentucky Downs, and he is proven at the mile distance. 1 win, a second, and 3 third-place finishes.
He's a really good-looking horse. He just has a little bit of seconditis of late, and it's hard to embrace a horse like that, at least for the win position, but definitely a use underneath. The one, Johnny's Fireball, would be the other horse that I think is interesting with some tactical speed on the inside.
Just about set for the Riders Up call, race 10 at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Mystic Guide, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up at a mile. Over the turf, listed good, rail at 10 feet. Wagering includes the Toyota Super High 5, scratch the 10 Golden Alchemist, scratch the 12 Point Me By. Also scratch the 14 Wicked Finn, the 15 Cowboy Justice, and the 16 Luigi Spirit. A reminder, number 13 Dracone draws into the race. Post time at about 3 minutes.
And the winner of the Darley Best Turned Out Award for the 10th and final race of the afternoon is Oscar Calderon from Norm Cassie's barn, the groom for number 1 Johnny's Fireball. Well done, Oscar Calderon, winner of the Darley Best Turned Out Award.
And we go right out to the course of the Best Turned Out, presented by Darley, here for the entire day and this final race. Johnny's Fireball, the number 1 horse, a winner 2 starts ago at Ellis, 6th last time out, and back here to Keeneland, or arrives at Keeneland for the first time as far as a turf race is concerned for this horse that has shown some speed. But when he set the pace 2 starts ago, it wasn't the quickest pace when he won it at Ellis at the end of July.
I don't think he has to be on the lead, though. In his dirt races, he's been able to sit tactically stalking the pace and even has closed from a little bit farther off of it. So he may inherit the lead, at least for a brief time, because of his post position. But I have to say, we heard that the groom receiving the Best Turned Out Award, and I concur. Johnny's Fireball made a real favorable impression out on the racetrack, looks super, and I think could be very, very tough in here.
The 6 horse, No One to Blame for Day at the Races, the owners, and Mike Trombetta, Gerardo Corrales, a horse that's hit some good form as of late between Laurel and Colonial. And in my opinion, you've got to really respect those races on turf at Colonial. With as good of a turf course as they have, you get very good quality runners there. Son of Blame, I think that he's certainly one that you can trust in this spot here to close things out, the 6, No One to Blame.
He's remarkably consistent, too. Regardless of distance, he runs his race, but this mile might be his sweet spot. He won at Laurel on that good turf course, sitting that stalking trip off the layoff. But his next 2 races at Colonial were also very, very good at longer distances. I agree, he's definitely a horse to consider here. Gerardo Corrales should fit him really well, too.
And don't forget the 13 does draw in, and many are not, because he's 6-1 right now. Dracan, who is getting plenty of attention for Robertino Diodoro, winner of 2 of his last 4 races, another one that's in good form, and he's another horse in here that has shown the ability to handle a turf course with a bit of give in it as the turf continues to be listed as good.
He's also been remarkably consistent on the grass. If you look at his record overall from 11 starts, first or second in 8 of those 11 races, comes off a win, does face a little bit different company here than he faced at Saratoga, but overall you have to respect his credentials. I don't think the outside post position is a bad thing for him either, given his style, which is to sit a little bit off of the pace.
They are at the top of the stretch, working their way over to the turf course, begin the loading process here very shortly for the 10th and final on opening day.
Your attention, please. A late scratch. Scratch number 9, Chasing the Crown. Late scratch in Keeneland's 10th and final race. Scratch number 9, Chasing the Crown. Scratched by the veterinarian. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race. Moving into line for race 10. Script moves in, now Bullseye Bun. Boyce comes forward. Dracone, the last one, moving into line. At the post. They're off. There goes Script. Johnny's Fireball. They're going to be joined by Colosio. Colosio is going to move fast from the center of the course, trying to clear the inside traffic, but Johnny's Fireball is going to be stubborn down toward the inside right there. Script is third. Bullseye Bun far outside. Moves up 3 wide, now double wide. Into the 4th position, now 3rd, now 2nd as they swing around that first turn. Underdressed, hug the rail, save the ground in 5th down toward the inside as they exit the first turn. Boyce is toward the center of the pack, a lane off the rail in 6th, 7 lengths off the lead. And is followed by Point Proven in the 7th position down toward the inside. Wake Surf is 8th. No One to Blame is in 9th, and Dracone is last of the 10, the opening quarter in 23.02 seconds. Midpoint of the backstretch. Colosio against the rail leads it by just a neck. Bullseye Bun second, a length and a half, and then Johnny's Fireball third by a half length. Script fourth up on the outside. Underdressed 5th in between horses. Point Proven 6th against the rail, moves up 5th, 5 from the front. Boyce has to go 3 wide to the far turn from 6th. It's 47.39 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Colosio the leader. Bullseye Bun second. They're still separated by just a neck. Midway on the far turn. Johnny's Fireball is third. Looks toward the outside. Still 4 from the front. Point Proven tries to sneak up the rail from 4th. Underdressed 5th. Script is 6th. Boyce far outside is 7th and is still 7 from the lead, but trying to get untracked down the center of the course. Here comes Boyce on the outside of Johnny's Fireball, on the outside of Colosio. Late run from Wake Surf. Script out in the center of the course. Now Johnny's Fireball short lead. Boyce is second. Johnny's Fireball, Boyce, 1-2, No One to Blame goes to third. Johnny's Fireball for Luis Saez on the line by a neck. Boyce was second, No One to Blame third.
Well, it's Johnny's Fireball as we're in and amongst all the owners here with this son of Tonalist as he secures his win in the nightcap at Keeneland. And he had the jump on Boyce. Boyce runs a very good race, the post-time favorite, but that position that the one had on him made all the difference in the end.
Yeah, dogfight to the end, but Luis Saez holding tough there, and the roar from the crowd of people involved with the horse is second only to maybe the Kentucky Derby. This is a big cheering section.
Well done to Luis Saez and Norm Cassie and the ownership group behind Johnny's Fireball. Game and victory in race 10.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. Number 1, Johnny's Fireball, was first. Number 5, Boyce, was second. Number 6, No One to Blame, third. Number 4, Script, was fourth. Number 3, Point Proven, fifth. 15643, unofficial. One 15643, the unofficial result. There is a claim of foul that has been lodged. Hold all tickets. Objection sign is posted at Keeneland. The trainer of number 5, Boyce, the runner-up, has lodged a claim of foul against unofficial winner number 1, Johnny's Fireball, alleging interference in the stretch. Again, the trainer of the 5, Boyce, which finished second, lodged a claim of foul against unofficial winner number 1, Johnny's Fireball, alleging interference in the stretch. Objection pending concerning the top 2 and the unofficial result. Hold all tickets. On the television monitors and video boards, the split screen program feed to the left, head on view to the right. Hold all tickets. No change. Result will stand as is, 15643. That result stands. Into the winner's circle for race 10, the Mystic Guide, number 1, Johnny's Fireball, owned by AJ Suited Racing Stable LLC of Justin Nicholson, owned by DC Racing of David Levitch Sr., owned by Brilliant Racing LLC of Brandon Stoll, Natalie Gills, and others. The trainer, Norm Cassie. Jockey, Luis Saez. He goes back-to-back to close the card. Johnny's Fireball, 5-year-old gelded son of Tonalist out of Sweet Emma Rose by City Zip, bred in Kentucky by Shell Evans. Keeneland September graduate gets the mile over the turf-listed good, 1 minute 35.24 seconds, and the results of race 10 are official. 15643 official. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryovers for tomorrow's card. Trophy presentation, race 10, the Mystic Guide. Nicole Cohen presents to the connections of Johnny's Fireball. The second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.